Trying this again. Something's going on with the switch right now. Where all of the port colors are flashing orange. Maybe it's a heat thing? But I also just might need a new switch. I don't know. I didn't think these went bad, but I guess they could. So that has been the networking issue. This works and then doesn't. So, that being said, I might just have to get a new one of these. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. Yeah, that is the switch struggles of the home lab. So if you've used one of these before or know what is going wrong with this, I would love your help, please, and thank you very much. Okay. So now we're just running on basic. I think we did pull this one off. We did. Now it's blind SQL injection with time delays. Okay. We can keep moving now. We're good. That's just very frustrating and sucks to have to deal with. That's alright. Blind SQL injection within the tracking cookie. Time-based. The results of the SQL query are not returned. And the application does not respond any differently based on whether the query returns any rows or causes an error. However, since the query is executed synchronously, it is possible to trigger a conditional delay. Exploit the vulnerability causes a 10-second delay. Easy. So let's do tracking cookie equals this. And assuming it's going to be MySQL. Oh. So what if it is is it MSSQL? No. So it's in the tracking cookie, right? We are back, live, finally. Alright. What is going on with this thing? What if we concatenate it at the same time? It doesn't want to work. Is that valid? Oh, that's not even a valid session cookie. Interesting. To MySQL sleep injection. Only available since MySQL 5. Ooh, benchmark. We did this, wait for delay. Save to benchmark. 10. 1. Oh, I thought and wait for delay. Really? I thought wait for delay was wait and forward, one word. Well, it's not. Huh. Oh, you want to close that one out then? So we can try this again. Tracking ID equals 1. And then let's control U, URL encode that. It doesn't like that either. This solves like I split the SQL injection. It's blind. Is it gonna be an if-else statement? Yeah. If one equals one. Sleep 5. Else 1. How does that not work? This is so much more complicated. Oracle. I don't know. Oh, you have to select sleep. Conditional time delays. I feel like this is gonna be MySQL now. and select if 1 equals 2. Wow. I don't like this tracking cookie one. And 1 equals 1. Now let's do this. Let's take advantage of our technology and grab CO2. And let's take this and send this to SQL mapper and CO2. And checking ID is going to not equal that. Equal this. Now let's send this to CO2 again. SQL mapper. Because it's the real world and we use tools daily. Testable parameters, tracking ID. Techniques, it's going to be time-based blind. Now we can grab this from our CO2 extension in Burp Suite. Ooh, I don't think it lets it crawl it. I think you have to do this manually. What is this saying? This is what we were doing. Oh, it wants it to cat it. Oh. Why can't we just do... It has to do this, really. Why? I don't like these solutions because it doesn't explain how they got here. I don't care about what the actual payload is. What up, Team Impact? We are doing good. It's just frustrating with these like learning modules. Like, it's one thing to show you the executable payload and it works, but like, how did you get to this point? How did you know that it was gonna be concatenation, right? Like, I want to know how and why this works, where tracking ID equals this. What if we did and select? You know, this is a good use case for ChatGPT. Let's say okay, hold on. Is there a way to do this with and statement instead of concat? Really? That didn't trigger. That's what I'm saying. What the port trigger labs are. In what scenario does this work and the and statement doesn't? Right? Some database engines might not be directly execute functions. Start with simpler payloads to confirm basic I want to know when to approach something with concatenation versus this. If you join our Discord, there's a link in the video description. We can connect through there. It is discord.gg/KiraSec. That's a bummer. It seems to just be trial and error. My name is... Are you Rob? If you go into KiraSec mousepad, I'm fed again. I'll just give you my Discord name is Jack and the D. Rob. Perfect. Awesome. I just replied to you. Why is it concat? SQL injection. I need to see this concatenation. Totally botched that spelling. Connection strength. No, we can. Like, why this, right, and not an and statement? Would ChatGPT know? Why does and statement not work here? What does concatenating do that makes this work? I need to visually see it. Awesome. That sounds good, Rob. Yes. Gotcha, brother. When using an and statement, typically part of a conditional clause. Without proper Boolean handling, it might cause syntax issues. Oh. Works differently because it allows you to append or inject raw logic directly into the query string. The blank operator concatenates strings. Will treat the results for the executed query. When to use AND. To make an AND injection work, you often need to write the payload in a way that the database evaluates it. Yeah, okay. So, would that really work? Wow, that does work! Holy shit, you can do it with it. You often need to wrap the payload in a way that the database evaluates it. For example, single quote and select PG is null. This ensures that PG swings is executed and its return value is compared logically. Whoa, okay. This works. What is doing? The injected payload works because it uses the structure of a valid SQL query and forces the database to evaluate the function. Holy cow. That's not going to work because this is its own subquery. Closes the initial single quote. Yep. And this is subquery is null. The is null part ensures the subquery is valid syntactically. Since PG sleep 10 evaluates to null, the condition is null evaluates to true. So if we did holy shit. It uses a subquery to call PG10 that applies a condition to keep the query logically correct. Some databases only execute functions when they are part of a subquery or using logical context. Wrapping it in a select ensures that PG sleep is evaluated. Yes. Even though the result is null, the condition is true, so the query remains logically valid. Wow. GPT for the win. Hell yeah. Yes, I am from USA. US of A, baby. So it checks if column is blank. Wow, that's incredible. So the is null, it has to be a complete statement. So why does logic syntax matter? Can't we just comment out after PG underscore sleep and it's still evaluated? After just select. SQL injection is very logical. It's extremely creative in SQL syntax. However, the reason you cannot just comment out after select. Oh, does it? Oh, so it pre-processes the query before executing? Select here, from there, where there. If you inject this, the database engine attempts to interpret as a complete query. However, select PG sleep 10 doesn't include any reference to a table or valid logical context, like a where clause. Where 1 equals 1. It has to be is. What if we did equal to null? This is crazy. How the SQL engine evaluates subqueries. Most SQL engines will throw a syntax error consistent complete or conform to their expected grammar. There's a scalar value being returned. Adding is null ensures that the database interprets the result as part of the logical condition. Okay. So it still has to be a full sentence. That makes sense. That's crazy. And expects a logical condition to follow, but this is missing. The select PG sleep. So it looks like it's like pre-compiled, like it's evaluated, processed, and then executed. Because if it was an interpreted language, it would sleep and then error out. Right? Unless... like, it doesn't execute line by line. It pre-processes everything, validates it, and then runs it. The payload becomes part of the query, but the query must still conform to rules. Okay. So that's good to know. Grab something to eat. Yo, threat hunter. Change is null. It's gotta be is null apparently. This SQL stuff is wild. Oh man, I really don't want to do more SQL stuff. Not for a minute. It's exhausting. It's also confusing. Yeah, it is weird. So let's say is null. This doesn't seem normal. Let's go back to XSS. Let's figure out this dumb XSS. So add subnode. DOM XSS. DOM-based cross-site scripting vulnerability in the search query tracking functionality. It uses document.write function, which writes data out to the page. It's called function is called with data from location.search, which you can control using the website URL. So if we do KiraSec, we don't want to view page source, we want to view the live function. So it's seen here, and it's also seen here in this script, function track search query, as we can see here. So document.write, image source, resource, image tracker, GIF, comma, search terms equals us right here. So we need to escape this, and we can do this for our image source equals, we can exit it, or this is the string. So we need to go boom, boom, like that, and then we can do script alert one script. I don't think anything's being blocked out at this point. I think this works. We might need a single quote. Or we might have to do this. No, it'll be like this. I think so. Yes. Okay. Nice. So we're able to escape it. The single quotes we don't need to escape because that's just saying it's a string. What we did need to escape though was this image tag by closing it, and then we also escaped the source block by escaping this. Yeah, that is pretty good XSS, especially because it's a GET request. What up, Zerzax? Yo, brother. We're doing good. Try this payload will give you a hint. As I know is null equivalent. Is null equivalent to equals null. But I see it did not work. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Postgres is equal to equal. Postgres is null. No, I don't like that. What up, Dante? Just working through the port sorters. Same old, same old. Oh, we skipped one. There we go. And inner HTML. So we can grab our note sheet again so we know what we have to break out of. Yes. All port swigger stuff. Whenever something gets frustrated or I'm pissed off, we just move on. So we'll see how this works out. Using source location dot search. Perfect. So we want to use inspect rather than source code because the DOM dynamically generates it, and we're gonna see it in here. So ID search message. KiraSec. So what if we look up ID equals search message? Here it is. So here is us. Our canary doesn't return in it, but we see the ID that it's generated from. So that makes it a lot easier, because now we can do function do search query document.get element by ID here. Dot enter HTML. Can we just escape this? Log this. Would this work? Alert 1. No. We need to add in our canary to be able to find it. See, I thought I closed that out. Really? What if we go like this? Oops, shit. And then KiraSec again. And that doesn't want to return. Oh, this is us right here. Oh, it's putting us in these single quotes. What if we go like that? And we add the single quote. No, it actually does not care. Since it's referenced in .enter HTML, you can use an iframe. Oh, this log contains DOM vulnerability search, which changes the HTML contents of a div element using data. Oh. Let's do exploit inner.html injection. That's where we have here do search query document.get element by ID search message. Oh, var query new. Hold on, wait. So we could actually view source instead, right? And see what this looks like before. It's replacing what? Zero search results for in here. Let's break down the code step by step. This code is JavaScript that performs the following action. Function do search query. Document.getElementID. This function takes a query parameter, which presumably represents a search query. Ooh. Inside the function, it uses document.getElementById. Search message. To access an HTML element with the ID. So it's inserting here. Right? Maybe. Inside the function. And then sets the content of that element using .inner HTML equals query. And sets the content of that element. Oh, that makes sense. Span ID search message, span ID search message. Which is right here. And it's replacing it. Effectively replacing the existing content with the value of the query. So it is reflective. But it's reflective to not Java? This variable is defined using the var keyword. Because it's JavaScript, and is assigned the value retrieved from the URL query parameters. The search terms are checked for the URL using the URL search params API. URL search params window.location search. So search is our variable. Yes. The code checks if the query variable has a truthy value, i.e., if there are search terms in the URL. If query is true, which is here, if search is populated and is not null, then run this. So if it's full, then find this element and replace it with the query. Once you've identified, it's time to experiment with various exploitation techniques. Script tags, event handlers, payload variations. It's involved setting a basic request. For instance, you might search for car in the search bar and then forward it to the repeater. If you cannot see the source code in burp, open the source code in browser. Yep. Trying out standard payload. DOM-based XSS. We know this. Look for the JavaScript code that processes user input and dynamically updates the DOM, which is this function. So it's putting it into the inner.html. And Dante's saying iframe. Locate user controllable areas. Follow user input from source to DOM. Experiment with payloads. Craft and inject test payloads. Monitor for script execution and unexpected outputs. Stored XSS. Look for the place where when you enter anything, it will be saved on the website. Remember to check for the context in which the payload is executed. So there's no bypassing necessary. After analyzing the response, you'll find that what you type in the search is entered in the span tag. Yes, we see this with here. And we can see it right here, because we are right within span. What we have to do now is try the any full payloads like this. So we don't need to escape the span tags. What are JavaScript span tags? A span element which is used to color a part of a text. Span tag is an inline container used to mark up a part of text or part of a document. The span tag is easily styled by CSS. Let's do XSS and span tag. Just curious to see what happens. Some HTML template engines use context-sensitive escaping. They might escape different characters in a text context and then an attribute context. If such proper escaping is used, you won't be able to find an XSS vulnerability. Oh. A normal context, attribute name, value, comment, C data. Yo, playa. You learning new tactics? Yes, exactly. So can we just inject directly into a span tag? Event handlers that do not require. This is great. Firefox. iframe. Let's do unscroll. Or does it have to be this? Event handlers that do require user interaction, event handlers that do not require. Did that work? Wow. So it's the inner HTML, but the location is not. What is a DOM sync? This is also a great site. I'm gonna save this because this is freaking crazy. Oh look at it, it's JSFuck. JSFuck is sick. Will this work? Hopefully there's no character limit. Yeah, request path too long. Yeah. JSFuck is raw. Oh, look at all these payloads, bro. Is there a PDF of every single payload? Okay, so then if we click time, will that change all this? It does. Wow. Maybe? No, it doesn't. That's cool. And we are I did not. I have severely overestimated DOM XSS. I think the biggest coming to Jesus moment with this was realizing all the DOM XSS is the current screen, or the current inspect, because it's dynamic based. So there's the source code, which might not be reflective, but then the DOM will update the page, and that's what you see when you click inspect, is this is all dynamic. You're doing port swigger. Port swigger. Peace swiggy. You've been playing RuneScape? Damn, I haven't seen that game in a minute. The stronghold of security. DOM XSS and jQuery anchor href attribute sync using location.search. Let's inspect for Testarossa. Is this reflective anywhere? It is. So this feedback parameter, return path, copy, is being injected into href. So we can, it's within an A tag. Here it is. Function backlink attribute href new URL search params window location dot search. That's beautiful. So if we do Testarossa again, we can see href is going right there. So if we do we could be able to just do this. Event handlers href. Really? Oh. JavaScript alert 1. Would that work? No. You have to close that out. Let me look up alert 1 now. Oh, I see. Give me that whole thing. Got it. DOM XSS. href equals boom. href inside the href, which is getting called here. And we could do, to find again where it's getting inserted. Function backlink attribute href, which is what we're inserting into, which is aka return path. URL search parameters window location dot search. Get the value of return path, which is right here, and it's setting this as href. And then you can see right here, ID is backlink. Href equals that. I don't think that. Oh yeah, it's been fun. I'm gonna start working soon though, then I gotta retire for a bit, get back into hacking and get these certs. I was gonna ask you, Dante, you know the Stronghold Security Creative just started RuneScape like 3 days ago. Came out when I was like 15. Jeez. You get free gold and cool stuff. Hey, you get the fancy boots. Dude, I haven't talked RuneScape in a minute. Although I did watch a video the other day about whatever it was. It was like the richest guy in RuneScape, and then when they released the old version of RuneScape, he had to restart and like ended up duping stuff and got banned. Let me find the video. I have a bad issue of just following so much video game lore. I just never played the video games. Like Trackmania 2, never played it. But the lore behind all the world records and stuff is so insane. I've never played the game, but I absolutely love the lore aspect. This one from Colin Lowe. Why Jagex banned RuneScape's richest player? Yeah, RuneScape's sick. Oh, hell yeah. Give you free gold for securing your account. That's just good practice right there. That should be encouraged. Back when passwords could be a single character. It's reckless. Oh shit. Wait, no, I saved that, didn't I? Yeah. Cool. We solved this. Oh yeah, the exam prep stuff. We have to do one from every single one. 8 of the specific ones, 5 mystery and 1 practice. I think we just do all of them from Port Sugar. How many are there total? How long is this going to take? 59 plus 171 plus 39. If we divide that by 14, that's 20 challenges a day in 2 weeks. That is not bad. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've done 8 so far. Then that means if we do that, we'll be able to take the BSCP prior to getting the OSCP. One of the best items in free to play. The rainbow kicks for locking it down. That's pretty cool. Come on. Nice. This log contains a DOM-based KiraSec scripting on the homepage. Select your function auto scroll to a given post. What was there was a way you could just expand everything. Uses jQuery's that selector function to auto scroll to a given post whose title is passed. Location.hash property. Oh. Window on hash change. Function section blog list. H2 contains decode URI component window location hash slice 1. If post, so we'll put post equals 2. No. Oh, question mark, post ID equals 2. Let's do this. Let's open our Burp browser and go here. And let's pin our Burp Suite extension and go to DOM Invader. Post message interception is on. Update canary. Reload. Now let's go to inspect. DOM Invader. Search for canary. Where is this fucker? Huh. Playlist here. What up, MR? What's that blog all about? I have no idea. Good thing Pete's not here. Oh, you're adding a channel point goal for a backflip. To learn how to I learned how to do a gainer the other day, which is sick. After I failed the OSCP, I went to the trampoline park because I was sad and learned how to do a gainer, and then I was happy. So the day turned out all right. Learned how to do a gainer off of 30 minutes of sleep over 2 days. Which was sick. But now, once I get the OSCP, I can just rip a gainer. Gainer? Yeah. This. I might, yeah. Is that gonna load? Yeah, I just have a video of it. That's right after the OSCP. So we just learned how to hit a gainer, and that cheered me up. And now I don't feel bad about the OSCP. Not as bad, I should say. It was a successful fail. No sub alert. Where is the sub alert? Oh shit. Let me get. What? Seriously? It. It should. I was gonna say, there hasn't been any alerts today. What? Hold on, that's not cool. Let me try and... Refresh cache of current page. Oh shit. Yeah, parkour to take the edge off. Oh no, what is this going on? What the heck? Hold on. Let me pull up stream elements. We need to get Suka on the horn. Fuck. What is going on? Let's go. Appreciate the sub, DV. Let's go. I don't know why the alert didn't... Let me see this overlays. Suka better not be sleeping. Hell no. My overlay's gone? What? Or elements? No, the elements are there. That's what it is. What? Let me copy this URL again, and then here, let's do this. It's the exact same. Ooh, got my neck. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know what's going on. Fuck. Yes, Stream Elements is awful. Jesus. You know what we could do is... do we have XSS strike on here? Do I have access? I do have it on here. There it goes. DOM vulnerability. Potential vulnerable objects found. Variable post. Section blog list H2. So what is that? Oh, it's the exploit server. We have to craft it. What? Okay. Really? So this will be variable post section. So this is post ID 3, post ID 4. So what if we did this? Let's intercept. Oh, it's on the home though, right? Now let's take this and we'll do generate cross-site requests, CSRF POC. That and we go to body question mark host equals 4, right? How does that look? Store view exploit. No. You gotta deliver this one to a Viculum. I missed it. You already get JavaScript execution. No, I didn't. Variable post section dot blog list h2. It contains decode URI component window location. If post exists, post.get scroll into view. says it's on the home page. Cloud contains a DOM-based vulnerability on the home page. What is this? It uses jQuery's selector function. So I think we're gonna need a CSRF. Oh, brother. jQuery selectors allow you to select and manipulate HTML elements. So how is this exploitable? I don't like how XSS Strike can't. Those 4. What is this doing? Let's ask ChatGPT. What is this function doing? We don't want to exploit it. We just want to know what the hell is going on. Extracting the hash from the URL. See, where is this hash? Window location.hash gets the position of the URL, gets the portion of the gets the portion of the URL starting with the pound sign. I always thought pound was home. For example, if the URL is some post, removing and deleting that will deleting just those results some post. .slice1. Finding a matching element. Selects all H2 elements within the section element that has a class blog list. Filters the selected H2 elements, which are probably the titles of the articles, to find one that contains the decoded hash value as its text. For example, the hash is hashtag some post, and there's an H2 with text. Some post. We can actually view this right now. Sure, it's gonna be in page sorters. Yeah, so these are the names of it. I'm at a loss without it. Yes. Okay, so H2 headers are the headers for the article titles. For example, if there's hashtag some posts. So what if we did this? Look at that. Okay. Yothaker. Okay, so now we understand how this works. So all this is doing, the hash, when it's referring to location hash, it is this. It's slicing it, so it's removing this. And then it's scrolling to if one of the H2 headers, which are the article headers, contains this string. I wonder if it's a regex or if it's an exact match. We can actually find out right now. Yes, okay. So it's it's a regex. No, it's not. Stag to do's, stag party, sus. We go like this. There it is. I don't think it is a regex. I think it's. Ooh, it is. So if we do smartphone, now let's scroll all the way down here. There it is. Okay, so we are injecting into here. If post so if it's hashtag that, then everything after hashtag is decoded and injected into the jQuery statement. Yeah. Decodes the hash. So it's finding all the H2 elements that have this, everything after the hashtag in it. And then all it's doing is scrolling into view. So I don't think... I think this is where the XSS is. It is the hash. Decode hash, hello world, match elements, hello world within section blog list. This page will scroll to make H2. Okay. So we need to look up using jQuery selector using a hash change. XSS jQuery selector. Or wait, so what if we actually did this? Fart. Right? And then let's inspect. Say fart. Doesn't show up. It's executing in there. Yeah. So what if we did JavaScript? No, hell no. It's not just gonna be alert, right? Yes, so that's what this found. What up, Clive? Everything after the hash is decoded. $sign window. jQuery selector is selecting that window. Right here. On hash change. There's a hash change event, it's going to create a function. Basically, in the site's URL, it's looking for anything after the hashtag. Defining a variable that will be equal to the following. It's looking for H2 elements. Checks the variable post as a value. So could we do like 4 and then on error? There's no hash. We have to add our own. Scroll down and pick a unique word from one of the blog titles and add to the end of the URL, and you see, which we just tried. Oh, we can see what's going on. In the console, we are first going to see how the script is supposed to work. Below, choose blog title to your blog choice and copy this part of the script. Oh, that's actually a great idea.
should get a... Wow, no way.
Forgot you can just run this. Decode URI component. What the hell is going on? First, assign the jQuery selector to the variable post and call .get with the index of 0. Now see the exposed DOM element. This is the way it should be. We know that this DOM element exists. We use a string for the hash change event in the URL. What happens if we search for something we know is not going to be there? Oh, okay, so it is regexed. Object return length of 0. Yes. Same thing about adding H1 tags. What is this created DOM element? We should not be able to do this. Why? It's client side. I thought that was the whole point. Oh, this just went from 0 to 100. Oh, what? That's it? All that. Could we just do this like this? If we go like... So we know it's doing something here. I want to try and figure out how they got to that point. So now if we run this, it has a length of 1. At this point, why do we even care about this and are not just fuzzing it with... Okay, that's naive. First see how the script is supposed to work. We did this. Turn the length of 1. First, assign the jQuery selector to the variable post. Like, you shouldn't be able to do this, but I don't get it. It's client side. You can manipulate this however you want. What are you talking about? What happens if we search for something we know is not going to be there? Better remove that.
An object was still returned. We saw that. Length 0, but it is still there. Why? It is not supposed to be there. This, in part, is a vulnerability. As it is now, it will only return an error. Not too serious. However, what if we use the contains method and introduce tags to our string? This will turn out to be the greater part of the vulnerability. So that's where it gets like this. On error equals alert 1. That's crazy. Oh, it's not even giving us credit. Oh, because we have to do like this. That calls the print function in the browser. So just go like this, on air, print. What? Isn't that the redirect portion? Everything after the hashtag is decoded. So why is it recognizing the image tag though? It actually returned a match, but how? We know there's no h1 element on the page that contains our text. The object says there's a link to 1, so we can call the document method with an x0 to access the DOM element. We created a DOM element. The h1 element even contains our text. Within the argument of the contain method, you should only be able to use a string. This contain method allows us to create an h1 element using tags. Oh, it's an iframe. Just open the exploit server, go to the exploit server, scroll down, and replace hello world with the payload from the solutions tab. This does not solve the lab though. As we've seen. That's unfortunate. Iframe. Onload equals this. Man, what the fuck? Watch the video.
see what Andrew
Hi,
Hoffman
everyone.
has to share.
I'm Andrew Hoffman, a software engineer, security researcher, and technical author based out of the Pacific Northwest. Today, I'm going to
Okay.
explain to you the mechanics behind DOM-based cross-site scripting attacks, to the point at which you should be able to go out and make use of DOM-based cross-site scripting attacks to win bug bounties and test your own applications.
Perfect.
So once again, we find ourselves on Google's cross-site scripting game. A game that was created by Google in order to evaluate the cross-site scripting skills of any other type of application that has persistent XSS of a third kind. A look at an overlooked flavor of XSS
Truth.
was written by Amit Klein on July 2005. This is the earliest reference to DOM-based cross-site scripting that I could find on the web.
2005.
And in this paper, Amit Klein, a security researcher, suggests that most people are familiar with the two main types of cross-site scripting, persistent and non-persistent.
This is
aka
2005, and it's
However,
still being found
he
today.
suggests that there are cases where the cross-site scripting attack is neither reflected nor stored. So how can that be? Well, in this application we have three tabs, tab 1, tab 2, tab 3. We click on these tabs, the URL bar changes, in particular the window.location.hash changes to a new value.
Location.hash.
But is it generating a new web page from the server? Let's check by looking at the network tab. As you can see here, when we change the tabs, the only thing that changes is the image that is inside of the tab is loaded. No new HTML is loaded.
Interesting.
So if cross-site scripting were to occur in this page, it would all have to be from within this single page application. It doesn't hit the server. So let's dig a little bit deeper into this application and see what makes it tick.
Perfect.
So this is the source of the vulnerable application, the iframe. Inside of this, inside of the head, you'll notice there's a script tag here. And this script tag has a function called choose_tab. It takes a number. Now as we click here, it's very obvious that we're actually making use of this choose_tab function. And it's defaulting to 1 when it loads, and you can read through the rest of the code if you'd like to. But the important part is all this is occurring in the browser. No server is ever being hit with any HTTP request, WebSocket, or any other form of network request for data.
Nice.
So inside of this choose_tab function, you'll notice that there's this line var HTML equals image plus parse int num plus br. What could that be? So let's change this a bit. We change to 3 test. And then we notice that based on the value 3
test. Image source, static level 3. Because, where's the hash? Choose tab, dynamically load the appropriate image. Parse integer number.
tab function, you'll notice that
Location
there's this line
hash.
var HTML equals image plus parse int num plus br. What could that be? So let's change this a bit. We change to 3 test. And then we notice that based on the value 3 test, we are generating a new
source
location for the image.
Interesting.
In this case, it's an invalid
Oh, I bet I could
location,
see that as
so it
also
wasn't
being
able to load
LFI.
in. So
Or no,
let's
this is all
imagine
client side. Disregard.
that we
Forget
want
me.
to escape out of this function up here. So what we could do is something akin to this.
On air alert. Whoa.
So we escape out of the string, and since we already know that we're going to end up in an image tag, we then render
that's
an on
genius.
error pointing to an alert.
Live
now
it
in
off the
previous
land.
video,
He's not even
we talked
escaping
about
the
how
tag.
on error is an attribute that fits inside of
an
the image tag that's capable of executing script. In fact, if the SRC turns out to be invalid, it will immediately invoke the on error attribute if it's present and execute any arbitrary JavaScript that comes after the on error attributes, definition. So let's click go. Let's see what happens. As you can see,
Wow.
we had a pop-up, we got script execution, and we advanced to the next level, or we have the capacity to. So why did this happen? Well, in this particular case, this value right here is referenced in the browser as window.location.hash. You'll notice in the console, if I type window.location.hash, you won't actually see anything. Or actually, it looks like you will, because I'm already within the iframe. I was assuming that the context of the console was up here. But typically, you run window.location.hash, and you get the value of the hash. Now, window.location.hash is a browser DOM function, so you could say that this is the source. This is where the script is coming from. And if we go back to the script over here, we can see that the DOM is loading in this element, the script tag, which has the chooseNum function, which is the function that we escaped out of in order to embed the image with the onError handler down here. So this is the sink. Both the source and the sink for this cross-site scripting attack are in the DOM. No server is ever requested. Because both the source and the sink occur entirely within the DOM, within this single application, inside of the single page, this particular attack is categorized as a DOM-based cross-site scripting attack.
Wait.
Attribute
Whoa. He's
that
gotta
fits inside
say that
script
again.
execution, and we advance to the next level, or we have the capacity to. So why did this happen? Well, in this particular case, this value right here is referenced in the browser as window.location.hash.
Window.location.hash.
And notice in the console, if I type window.location.hash, you won't actually see anything. Or actually, it looks like you will, because I'm already within the iframe. I was assuming that the context of the console was up here.
Oh.
But typically, you run window.location.hash, and you get the value of the hash. Now, window.location.hash is a browser DOM function, so you could say that this is the source. This is where the script is coming from. And if we go back to the script over here, we can see that the DOM is loading in this element, the script tag, which has the chooseNum function, which is the function that we escaped out of in order to embed the image with the onError handler.
So the chooseNum
Down
function is dynamic to the location hash, which appended it to here. So that was the input and the actual function. And then it spits the output down here.
So this is the sink. Both the source and the sink for this cross-site scripting attack are in the DOM. No server is ever requested. Because both the source and the sink occur entirely within the DOM, within this single application, inside of the single page, this particular attack is categorized as a DOM-based cross-site scripting attack.
Because
Occur entirely within the DOM, within this single application, inside of the single page. This particular attack is categorized as a DOM-based cross-site scripting attack.
that makes sense. Alright, I can live with that. I will settle with that.
So if we went back to this, said we solved it,
But did we?
using a hash change event. Hash change is that portion up there. I always wondered what that was. So that is the URL hash. Interesting they call it a hash. It's not hash password. Hashtag is the context. Reflected XSS into attribute with angle brackets HTML encoded. Angle brackets. Ow. Oh my god. Let's include our canary to find it. We'll say KiraSec. And then we want auto scroll to match, and we'll say KiraSec. We could try WRL encoding. Nope. Oh. XSS with no angle brackets. What the fuck? Serious? Hell no. Oh wait, we could try as just injecting directly into. Yeah, so let's do this. Get search equals KiraSec. I like that concept of before where he didn't try and escape or do anything fancy. He just continued with the tag. Let's do this. Input. There we go. That's exactly what we want. On after script execute. Plus. Like that. Maybe? Oh, look at that. And I think we could just try and comment that out. What about that? No, hell no. Plus type equals. Oh, I like this. And then we'll entertain the double quote.
like this. Let's grab this. Request in browser and current browser session. Intercept off. No. Or does it have to be like that? I thought that would work. No. It's getting returned in 2 places. KiraSec. On after. Oh. Double quotes aren't sanitized. Truth. That's why I thought this would work. Name equals search, value equals this, on script after execute equals oh wait, on animated. Here, what about that? That'll work. And then we just leave this. This is great. I think this should work. No? No. I escaped it. On animated equals alert 1. And that ends in input. Oh, it needs the. That's what. Oh, we could do those. I thought we could escape that. Value is KiraSec right here. On animation end. Or we could do plus source equals X. On error equals alert 1. It's injecting into here. This is where we're gonna get it to fire, not here, right? Yeah, hell no, not there. I mean, again, like, it's hard to fade it. That seriously works? Like, it's hard to fade the tool. That doesn't work. What about when they use their mouse in some manner? Mouse over. But we're okay, so it's this form We have to exit out of this though.
Search the blog, name search, value is KiraSec. We escaped it. Or what if we did on, because it's input. So we need to do XSS attributes for input tag. Input. Oh. Autofocus. So if we do KiraSec, quote, plus, no way. Really? Yeah, the handler. But it's in the input tag. On focus, alert 1, autofocus. Oh, wait. What is that? Hold on. That looks right. What the hell is that? And then let's URL encode the space. Oh, but it's... Fuck. I don't like that. Because it's going to return the actual... Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, I think that would work. Nice. So the XSS pretty much comes down to 1, finding your injection header, and 2, because sanitizing curly braces are going to be pretty default, I feel like, it's going to be about injecting tags or injecting attributes into your specific tag, which is why XSS Strike is so nice, because XSS Strike has a context generator and it can tell what tags you're in and what attributes would fire and work for that one. So rather than trying to escape it and close it off, I feel like the name of the game is just abusing the attribute function it's already in. That's going to be so much easier. I mean, especially being like sanitizing non-ASCII characters that aren't A through Z, 1 through 9, 0 through 9. It's pretty basic secure coding practice. I mean,
they're gonna probably block off quotes also if Cloudflare does it itself. Yeah, I mean, that'll be interesting. On focus, autofocus. That's awesome. The autofocus makes it. What do you need auto? Oh, I guess the autofocus just wraps up this, right? It gives it a reason to close it out because you can't comment it. On mouse over. Oh, you're right. What? Oh, the event tag inside. Again, yeah. Putting it into the... Oh, that's great. Oh, man. See, that's what I was finding out. Yours was not attractive too. Yes, yeah. What I've been finding out too about these Portswigger labs is there's a lot of different ways to get to the answer, especially with the SQL ones. Like yesterday, I could not figure out the concatenation stuff for the life of me. And then this morning, I sent the correct answer into ChatGPT, and I was like, could I do this with just an and statement? And you could. You don't even have to do concatenation, but then obviously some of them, it varies, but like, there's not one right way to go about this, and I like that a lot. You can crush it from a lot of different angles. Stored XSS and anchor href with double quotes. Okay, so we just do this. It's probably like a post comment, right? href to a website or something. Testarossa title. Testarossa underscore name. I think I've done this one. Injection into event handlers is really cool. Yeah, it is. XSS in general is just badass. I mean, you look at most of the web app vulnerabilities, probably 40% of all web app vulnerabilities are some type of injection. I think the hardest part is this, what, post ID? Just so. Oh, that might be a hidden form field that's just showing. Where is this one? Where did I add that? That might be hidden. Oh, it's not. What post ID is this? This is 6. Okay, so we have to specify it. Interesting. That should be valid now. Let's forward that. And that's fine. Test. Where's this href nonsense? Link back. Ow. No, that's not it. It's gonna be in the blog. We have to go to the blog. I'm testing hard on GitHub because they allow HTML, but they have a really strong CSP. Yeah. I mean, I believe it. Their entire fucking website is covered in code. I've been looking at a lot of the bug bounties lately from HackerOne. Like you just see like the latest bugs that have been released and stuff. They're all manual. They're all people like going through. Most of them are business logic or app logic. Just because anything that you can run a tool on is already going to be found. That's what I've been seeing a lot of people been suggesting too, is if you're doing bug bounties, like go for stuff that's not automated or scripted, like the business logic, app logic. That's going to have a ton of, or a lot more bugs, and also it won't be as tested for, nor do you have to worry about rate limiting at that point, because if you're doing manual testing, it's not going to be triggering a rate limiter. Okay, where's our comment? Was that me? Oh, that probably is. ID is author. Href is here. And this is double quotes HTML encoded. Okay, so let's send that to Peter actually. And then I think we have this one as well.
and or not and. This is an SQL. It's gonna be website is. Or actually, let's just do this. XSS in href. Or actually, we don't even need href. It just has to be Yo, Suka. Suka, I don't have any alerts for YouTube or Twitch. And I've tried refreshing them. I don't know what's going on. It's probably something on my end. The stream elements looked fine. Like someone subbed earlier, but yo, D off. But just nothing triggered. I don't know. It should work. I checked online. I have all the links and everything are connected. I didn't change anything. It might just be something on, yeah, like see this line right here? Like what the hell even is this? I don't know. Okay, what is... Send me on Discord, okay. Hello. That's an A tag. Oh, and we can't use... Oh wait, at this point, could we just do like this? Two. And now what if we reload this? Does that show up? It does. Oh wait, would it be here? What do we do? Script? Alert 1? Script? This, it might make more sense to go up and down. OS Garuda KDE. What the hell is that? You're just making stuff up at this point. Garuda KDE, okay. That seems crazy. Oh, Jesus. Inside of the href, we double quotes. Let's go back to our cheat sheet and do href.
website equals JavaScript alert 1. No way. I got it. Garuda OS. That's Jesus. You picked such a sweaty system. And you're running at KDE. Damn.
Advanced users only. This is what you're running. Garuda Linux. Yo, GoPro. Object. Object HTV. Garuda's crazy. First Linux OS, and you pick the hardest one. I love that interface though. XFC, that one's nice. This Garuda Sway is incredible. God damn, that's awesome. Or i3W, that's clean too. This is literally Windows. We do not want extra software and functionalities and complain about bloat. Contains only the bare minimum packages needed to get started. You're on your own. They don't provide any support. Is this what you're running?
Yeah, but Kali is not anything like
what's so nice about those distros is they're all maintained and people handle everything for you. You only have to understand how to do sudo apt update. You're gonna be fucking around with drivers and stuff with this. Garuda Linux Hyperland.
Why don't you just start with one of the easier ones?
Or set it up on a VM. Why don't you do that? While you're thinking about it, just start up a VM of it and see how you like it before you convert. Yeah, the jams are on fire today. I installed Arch yesterday and it's so fucking bad. Well, Arch has that Arch install script now, the Arch setup, so it's not as terrible. But the reason I don't like Arch currently right now is I don't want to spend my time troubleshooting and taking away time from learning. Like the time allocation doesn't make sense, and what I'm using right now does everything just fine. And I don't want to get greedy and shoot myself in the foot and put more on my plate than I bargained for.
It's still there. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with my screen.
I use the installer, but it's kind of ass. It's overhyped. Arch install makes it simple. It really does. It's not too awful. We set up the Arch VM in like I want to say like 5 or 6 hours with everything going on it. Arch is easier than Windows XP, that's for sure. Windows XP was terrible. Nothing is supported. Nothing works. This cheat sheet though is insane. Dante, I don't know if you've seen this or not. But if you just look up whatever tag you're in, like that's what I did with this one, href, it tells you exactly what'll execute inside that tag. To scan your bad WAF domain. Oh, okay. I mean, what's also interesting is XSS Strike. A lot of those payloads will execute on bad WAF and bypass Cloudflare, but they require user interaction. Like any type of event handler is gonna require an extra step. I think what Cloudflare does really well and where XSS Strike lacks is the ability to generate payloads that will bypass encodings and WAF that aren't user interactive required, if that makes sense. Like it shouldn't need an event handler. Because the event handler is like, let's say you get somebody to click on the XSS link, now they have to like move their mouse or they have to toggle or mouse over something. That loses a lot of impact and value because it's now more steps in order to exploit. That's what I've noticed with XSS Strike is anything with WAF enabled XSS payload is always some type of event handler. Search query tracking functionality. Yes, the bad WAF. What song is this? This song does fuck. That is true. Can I Shazam it? I have my headphones on. Can anybody Shazam this as playing it over? I don't have speakers on my computer. It sounds like Jumanji. DJ Lio BTX. Shout out DJ Lio BTX. forgot I got all these hotkeys going. Again, auto scroll. Stop playing with me. Script. Encode URI component search terms. This is the string, right? Oh, Shazam sucks. Damn. Let's go back. What do we think this song could be called? I think Jumanji's definitely onto something. With angled brackets. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Search me. Look at that. Does this work? So we know we can escape it. Go a trance. Peruvian flute song dance house remix. La Cumbia del Tobago. That's what Shazam said. Yo, blunts. Peruvian flute. That is so specific. Peruvian flute song dance house mix. I just even see. What is Peruvian panpipe? best of panpipe music. Is this us? Cooking on that one. Should we listen to some Peruvian flute songs? Peruvian flute song, non-copyright. Somewhere in Peru. Maybe we got his copyright. Oh, that is copyrighted. That's the one right there. Make sure the YouTube stream stays up, I know. YouTube is on my head. Let's see if Suka's got something found out. What if we do like house remix? Tech house cumbia. Ooh, this could be a sick genre. Holy shit, we are in the rabbit hole. Alright, this could actually be kind of hype. Alright. Let me pull up the channel thing though, so I can make sure that I'm not about to get shit on. Shazam fucked up. It's my channel's first birthday. A year from your first video today. That's crazy. Yeah. It's been a 365 days since the first video. That's crazy. GG. GG D'Agostino. Let's see who that is. Is that a woman? That's a guy. Alright, look at that. We're chilling. D'Agostino. Oh no. Yeah, we're good. Oh, damn. This is this song? Yeah, this guy's a beast. Alright, we'll just run GG. And then I'll keep an eye on the streaming conditions. Save that playlist. Yeah, I will. Wait, could we not just do this? Search me. JavaScript. Like this?
Like that, actually. It would be this. And then we'll close it out. I think that's good. Really? Yes! No. We got it though. It just doesn't. I had to remove the plus because the plus is a space in Burp Suite. But a plus is a plus on the browser. Let's copy that. Do we just need the alert function then? Get rid of the canary too. Give me that shit. Brother. That works. Yeah, you know that executes. Come on. You want that? You want that playlist? Look how fast that reaction time was. Oh my god, we're a threat. Solve it, bro. A danger to society as soon as that page loaded. Boom, exploited. Cookies, gimme. Throw another GG on. You got a favorite net? A standalone JavaScript statement inside of a script tag. So, could I just do this? Yeah. That didn't work though. Source equals X on error equals no way, right? Source doesn't execute in script. Just be like this, on load. Shouldn't it execute though as it should say completed, no? What are we doing wrong? Oh, let's try the actual. Alright, we cooked ours up. You know what a really fun game? Pete did and it's still saying we haven't completed. The Alert 1 game online, it actually, there's a scoreboard of the least amount of characters it took to execute it. Obviously some people cheated because literally everybody in first has like 0 characters or 1 character. Like that's not even possible. But yeah, they are, you can see like where you rank and how many characters you have, and then you can try and shrink it
as little, more. Do not use it.
Kyoki. Kyoki. Check the page source where search terms is initialized. It's towards the end of the page. Kyoki. Do we just keep pushing Gigi? Did you know the chat isn't available as well? Yeah, you're right. This is an OBS skill issue now. Oh wait, try it again. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. We just have to refresh stuff? I don't know what's really going on with that part of the thing. There we go.
Chat on stream is not live. For YouTube and Twitch. Look at, we're literally using the exact same, the winning payload. And it doesn't want to count it. Inspect.
What is Dante saying?
Search terms.
DJ Kyoki. Sorry, driving. You're good.
Let's do best of.
Oh, is this the guy who did Oh, no way. He did a boiler room set.
My name's DJ Scotto. It's fucking legends up in here tonight.
That's sick. Boiler room's awesome.
Yeah. Are you guys ready? Another legend.
Let's go.
Highlight
Let's
party
go.
buster.
Let's go.
DJ
Kyoki.
Kiyoki.
5 Nights at Suka's. Sounds like hell. Let's go. Fire up, chips. That's hype. Yeah, let's get going though. Oh shit, I accidentally
My
skipped.
name's DJ Scotto.
How does he start the set?
Sir, walk for me. Sir, walk for me. Sir, walk for me. Walk for me. Sir, walk for me. Sir, walk for me. Sir, walk for me. Sir, walk for me.
Oh, that's tough.
Walk for me. 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 Walk for me.
That's sick.
Walk for me.
You opened up for this guy. The DJ Net. Hell yeah. And Portswigger sucks.
Let's just do this. Let's kill out of it, and we'll just relaunch.
She wants it like this. She needs it like this. We want it like this, not like that. We need it like this. We want it like this. Not like that, like this. It's
Like
gotta be
this.
like this.
Like this.
Keep it like this.
It's gotta be like that.
Keep it like this, like this. We say this, like this, like this, like this.
Oh, I know why it didn't work. Skill issue.
Even Judge Judy would rule it. Exactly.
There it goes. Now it'll execute.
She wants it like
It's
this.
still not giving us credit
She
for the
needs it
solve.
like this. He wants it
What
like
if we
this,
try it with the
not like
actual
that.
solution?
We need it like this. We want it like this.
Like this. Like this. Like this.
It's gotta be
Like this. It's gotta be like this.
It's gotta be like this. Tweak it. Tweak it.
Like this.
Like this. Like this.
Dude, what is going on?
Hold on, let me pull up the stream elements too, because I'm not seeing any notifications. And I don't want to be a dickhead and not acknowledge people.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, cool. We got everything up.
Alright, this is absolutely fleecing us right now. I don't like that. Give us credit. Whatever. We need to go back and get credit for that one. Great, that makes us as practitioner level though. This is gonna be tough. Ooh, sure. DOM XSS and document.write sync. Again, what is DOM sync? Jesus. Browser view source option. Because it doesn't account of changes that have been performed in the HTML by JavaScript. Yeah, so you can't do view source. It has to be inspect. There. That'll be dumb. That is dumb. What are we trying to pull off here? Which writes data out to the page. Document.write function is called data from location.search, which you can control. Data is enclosed within a select element. It breaks out of the select element. Where is this location that search then?
Not solved. The body. Alright, so what if we did this? Right? If we want to figure out DOM XSS. Really? Alright, let's do this legit, man. Inject URL parameters, no search. There are no URL params though. Where is it even finding this is my question. I don't even know where to start. If XSS strike doesn't pick it up, that doesn't pick it up, how the hell? Oh, shit. Oh, is it in here? Ooh, I wonder if this is what I was talking about. If we now do document dot search or location dot search. There it is. Ow! Nah, I've been drinking water. Here are the three stores. Get store. Get store ID. Okay, so it's also looking for store ID here. Window location dot search. Does it not care about product ID? Document.write options, stores, options. Document.write selection. Oh, it's getting inserted into the select statement right there. So what if we looked up? What is the store ID here too? What if we do KiraSec? Now let's inspect this. What about London? We need to figure out variable stores. Variable store. Get store ID. Store ID equals KiraSec. Oh, we need product ID and store ID equals KiraSec. Oh, there's that. Shows we just did London. Selected is still blank. Document outright store ID. What if we put this into XSS strike? Yes, a slight hit would be great. Sure. There it is. Store ID. So window location search. Get store ID. Let's capture this. Oh, I think it's a... The script is looking for a URL parameter called store ID. Yes. So... Oh, and the store ID shows up right there. Yes, and we saw in here, document.write, option selected, store, for variable I equals 0, stores length to store. Oh, it's within an option. Okay, so let's do this. Option tag. Yeah. Very curious to see what that looks like. I hate that photo. Oh wait, did we just do this? Oh! We did. We does. We does.
That's great. It's just getting injected right into the object. That's awesome. And it's not giving us credit again for the solve. What the fuck? Come on, dude. We solved it. Look at that. We did it in even less than they did. Not solved. It's not giving us credit for any of these now. Even though we're just nuking them. I'm gonna go back to... GGD is actually sick. That's a great one, Nat. This Tech House Crumba. I want to go back to that one song though. No, not the Peruvian flute. Right here. It does sound very Peruvian and flute-like. When are you giving BSCP? I don't know. It's a great question. I mean, I can't do shit if Portswogger is not giving me credit for completion. Look at this. Devious cooked that up. You saw that variable store. URL search parameters in the URL. Get store ID. Document right, and then we just threw in a script into it. That's awesome. Alright, so the last two XSS ones have not given us credit for popping alerts. I will say I am a lot less frustrated with DOM-based XSS. Oh, it did give us a solve for that one. Oh, great. DOM XSS expression, which scans the content of HTML nodes containing the ng app attribute. When a directive is added to the HTML code, you can execute JavaScript expressions within double curly braces. This technique is useful when angle brackets are being encoded. To solve this, perform a cross-site scripting attack that executes an AngularJS expression. Okay. And it's DOM based, so we have to enumerate our location. Is it within the search function? Yes. Okay. So let's inspect for yo. Okay, that's probably a bad canary to use. We should do KiraSec. And let's use our tool here to enumerate the DOM XSS. Ooh. these won't work. Again, another instance. XSS Strike is lying. Are you sure this is DOM XSS? The NG app attribute. XSS Strike is not a cure-all, unfortunately. This lab contains a DOM-based cross-site scripting vulnerability in AngularJS. I don't even know how to find it then. I guess we could do this. Look up, would it be var search? Or just search? Oh, there it is. Body, class, ng scope. NG app. What does this one want to do? H1 0 search results for Testarossa. Ugh. Would we just look this up? Or actually, we could probably find it in here. AngularJS sandbox escapes reflected. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, Portswinger, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's go. Jeez, that's fucking gross. There's a great bug bounty report on HackerOne. Ow, bro. Ooh. Hi all, I found a stored XSS vulnerability via Angular template injection. Oh man, that is loud. Okay. An Angular template injection in the messages referral address field. After visiting this website, you can enter new contact information. In the field for the address, if enter 5 times 5 in the referral contract. See, I would have thought this is template injection. So it is template injection, but it's JavaScript? Or is that what, like, Jinja template injection is? Is Jinja JavaScript? I didn't...
Opening the browser console and using the command angular.version, we can see you're using. Oh, that's incredible. No way. That's actually such a great bounty tip. You go to angular.version. Look at that. That's crazy. Okay, continue. Great enumeration tip. So entering the address for a contract. Constructor, saving and reloading the page and stored access is executed. Wow. That's great. How much did you get paid for that? Didn't share. Okay. Wow. JS versus Angular. That's crazy. Yeah, true. Good point. I wonder if they're just interchangeable then. Or if that version is... So I wonder if this version is susceptible. You know? Because he included this. I don't think he just wanted to flex as the enumeration. This is probably susceptible to something. Because it's a template, right? So the template is probably vulnerable. That's great. Yeah, because you can see here. Let me look at this. Some of these are funny though. Let me try and find one of these is funny. I remember one of them. It's like the version 1 is really easy. Or maybe it's this, the Vue.js reflected, where like it continuously gets more and more like messy and longer. Right? It gets more and more, and then eventually they remove it. And I think it was saying that like you just can't use any. There was some. I'm trying to think of what it was. It was hilarious though. Oh, this is it. The Angular JS. So it starts with constructor alert 1, and then you can see it just gets increasingly like more fucked. Which one was it? Were we just looking at? Was it this one? But eventually it just becomes like, if you're gonna run it, it's going to be vulnerable to XSS, so you have to patch it in other ways. It's just funny to see. What was the one we were just at, bro? But they eventually just stopped maintaining it and blocking it and said, you need to block this another way. Which is pretty funny.
And it was on this page too. I remember this. It's it's with versioning. It's one of these. It's pretty funny.
What up, Ruin? Gotcha. So template injection lead to JavaScript execution in user's browser. Yeah. So see, it's like template injection, client side template injection, versus like Jinja and SSTI. SSTI server side template injection. So there's server side and client side, I guess. I had no idea there's even client side until we just did that. Can you recommend any website to learn cybersecurity and how to start it? Yes. It depends what you want to do. I would not suggest Cloudflare. I would suggest Professor Messer Security Plus. If you want a career in cybersecurity and you want to try and find some jobs, I would immediately start going for certifications. And Professor Messer is completely free content for Security Plus. It's like a $300 exam, but it is all the fundamentals you need to know. If you complete this course, the company hiring will know you at least can understand the basics. That is the bare minimum, I would say. If you're seriously trying to explore the professional field. Now, yes, there's other ways to go about it. That has been the tried and true method through and through. So there's not one right way to do it, obviously. But that I have seen as the most successful. Some of those might as well be CVEs. I don't know enough JavaScript to understand that. I bet you they are CVEs. I'm sure these are CVEs. Let's find an example. Let's do like Vue.js. If we do Vue.js version 2 XSS CV. Yeah, they are. Affecting Vue packages. There you go. They are CVs. What the hell did I... What? The Professor Messer video, also that series, will one give you the certifications in cybersecurity, and it will also kind of open up the door to you don't know what you don't know kind of area, because there's a lot of fields in cybersecurity that you aren't aware of, and that certification I think does a really good job of just giving a very fundamental baseline context to what cybersecurity is, and it enables you to have a conversation and understand all the acronyms people are throwing around all the time. And a lot of it, like, if you're just getting into cybersecurity,
just look up what is cybersecurity. Watch videos. Like, there's so many different domains, and you can look at the Paul Jeremy roadmap. This is fucked, but these are all of his recognized certifications. 481 as of July last year. And these are all the domains, and you can even see, you can break them down even further, and then you can break them down even further than this. So like security operations, penetration testing. Oh shit. You can break that down even to like websites, like web app testing, business application analysis, on-site testing, physical penetration testing. Exploitation could be reverse engineering, security research, like. All of these domains have even further subnets of domains. Share that link. Say less. Security architecture and engineering, software security. If you're going to start being a dev, they have certifications for that. But certifications are major because they'll get you paid. And they'll also... not only get you paid, but they will get you. They'll make up for lack of professional experience in the field and time, which is super critical when starting off. So I would say when you're starting off and you're younger, or however you are, whatever point in your career, certifications are only going to excel you. Very, very, very much worth it. Very, very worth it. I was going to do something. What was I going to do? Yeah, this one fleeced us. Reflected down XSS. This. That calls the alert function. This seems like a layup. I don't like this. It seems too straightforward. They're live on the cord. What's that mean? Q&A? Oh shit, I already launched it. Let's do another one. We'll go Testarossa. Inspect. It says there's a script that processes it in an unsafe way. You can't do this one without Burt Pro. What?
Testarossa underscore comment. Name Testarossa. t@t.com. You can't do this one without Bird Pro. What? This is DOM based though. It's not stored, right? What do we change this to a GET request? Oh Lord. What if we do that? Fried? Oh. Whoa. Get path function, display search results. Oh, it creates the H1 in the search results. Right? That's what it was saying? So, we don't want to do the comment. We want to do Testarossa. Oh. It is showing up in there. So what if we do script? No, hell no. Alert 1. I see. Here's the JS. So let's pretty it. Get path, window, location, search, document, get elements, class, and name. What up, Trey? Yeah, brother. Alright, let's go back to our boy. No, not Tech House Caramba. Oh no, what was that guy's name? That net was just saying. Pseudo net. GG. GGD. No, it's like they're doing live bug bounty. Oh. Alright.
Once we get this on, we'll go take a look. I'm gonna make some food, so that'll actually be dank to pull up. Can we find where search is being used?
Function display results.
Variable search term equals search results. Object has search term. Search results for. Oh, they escape it. Live bug bounty, steal them. So it's going into here. But what if we do that? Let's see what they say. Turn the proxy for this request. On the intercept tab, notice that the string is reflected in a JSON response. From the sitemap, open search results file and notice that JSON response. Oh, so I mean, couldn't we just do this then? Because that is being reflected. It's not being reflected? What does this look like then? How does that even work? Oh, get search results. Oh, it's like a two-step? looking at that. Search results.js. It's a two-step. That's crazy. Backslash is not most good. Look at that, that's fucked. Alright, we'll pick that up another time. Let's pull up some NomSec. We gotta update Discord. What version am I on? 81 now. Oof. Oof. Alright, Discord starting. Alright, let's see what these guys cook up. Seriously? Okay. Oh, it's when I do bleach bit, I'm pretty sure it clears everything. We're good though. Oh my god. Suka hit my line too. La Comba del Tobagan. Is that the one? There's a better Discord client you could use if interested. Which one? Absolutely.
And I noted in an Excel spreadsheet, and I have like 400 cells or whatever of different button presses I've pressed on the program to see if anything could be vulnerable to like access controls, a privilege escalation or something, you know. And to Blue Lock Brandon, we're hacking on Netflix purely because it's the monthly target, and that's why. I don't think we would have started if it wasn't.
Where's Pete?
Honestly.
Vesktop? Jesus, this is a lot of heads, bro. Holy cow.
I mean, like...
Not entirely. I wouldn't say, you know, I'm not a developer by any means. But I have been interested in computers for a while, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So, I mean,
Sorry for the
personally, I've been
cat.
at high school for computer networking, and I mean,
There he
I'm
is.
majoring as a computer engineer right now, but I mean, I haven't been a developer. My last job was not a developer, or you know, related to developing content. So yeah.
Vesktop? Let me check that out.
And for blind XSS, I don't have. Usually, you create your own domain and you set up your own easy XSS. I mean, I still haven't managed to set up my own, but if you have more luck or more knowledge than me, you would be able to, you know.
I think,
Oh,
Oz,
tree.
to your question,
Good call.
I'm not.
I'm
I
looking
don't
at
have a
this right
direct
now. Thank
answer
you,
for
Trey.
that. I don't think I am. At least right now, I don't want to give you wrong advice and say, start hacking. You know, don't do recon. You know, anything. There's a lot.
I'm
to
gonna make
learn.
food real
There's
quick.
Not. Sometimes I guess you could get lucky and find something
While this is
without
cooking.
understanding how you found it. Without any
Well, you know what, let
experience.
me also message in Discord.
But definitely having a knowledge or like some bit of background in you know, you can't really hack stuff if you don't understand the basics. You know, you don't have to be an expert in anything, but there's no easy way. If there's not like, you know, a get rich quick, you know, in hacking. It takes work, you know. You do have to work, you know, and put in, you know, effort to find things. And be consistent and dedicated. Consistency, dedication is very important. Just trying harder. Keep trying harder and try smarter. Analyze your
Try harder.
you know, how you've been attacking bugs. If you're not finding success, you know, figure out why. Why aren't you finding success? You know, and constantly analyzing your methodology.
I'll get some
You know,
water. I'll be right back.
all good. And also this being like kind of a on the spot stream, fill in due to just INS not being here. There's a lot of good questions you guys are asking, and I think
Hell yeah.
I want to make sure I give, you know, a well thought out answer. Right now, I think more of those questions we might be able to answer in the stream we
We're
have
watching NomSec
with
stream.
NahamSec. Not this Friday, but next Friday.
His buddy's doing
So,
a bug bounty.
We'll get back to you on some of those.
So we're watching the
depending on
NomSec stream.
when that stream is.
His channel's all these people in it, and we're just watching it. Let me go back to full screen. Curious to see what happens here.
CreativePitch.gpc.netflix Adventures Agency Test.
How much have you guys earned so far from Bug Bounty? That's a good question. The one that Pete shared, yes.
Okay, welcome back. Personally, I don't want to go into the exact numbers of what I've earned yet. If Sashka wants to share his, that's entirely up to him. But I have made money, you know, definitely a good bit. I feel is reflective of the work I've put in.
Yeah, personally, I never know if the IRS is listening, so I would say
Yeah.
a livable sum of money. As I've been hacking on 2 targets, I'm happy from both payouts I've received. I mean, the payouts I've received. Yeah, no thanks. I'm sure you are from the IRS listening, but you know, just to be sure.
No thanks.
A good enough amount. That is.
Pete.
I'm happy with. I mean, disclosing amounts could result, you know, to some confidentiality loss of programs and stuff. So I prefer not to. But yeah.
And I think
That's awesome.
No, Blue Lock. I mean, I've never done VDPs because, I mean, initially I started without doing VDPs because I was a high ego. You know, like why would I do this for free if I could do it for money? So, I mean, you know, you cannot, if you want, you can start with VDPs. It will give you a better understanding of stuff.
Dog.
But also, you know,
I'm sure.
bugs. I mean, not everywhere, but bugs do exist.
Bugs do exist.
Actually, this is a whole NDA. This is going to be legally binding. Well, because if I don't put my actual stuff, we'll see.
So what do I find is weird and not weird? So I would find something weird where it makes like
This guy doesn't
multiple
have any
API
saved
calls and the
tabs?
API names are like, let's say vendor, because I'm looking at that on my screen at the moment, or
SSRF
like company,
CVSS vendor?
because I never know what are actually behind those, you know, API endpoints. So I just want to check
Oh,
to make sure
look
if
at that. He
anything
added the
that
URL
shouldn't
into
leaks.
the name.
And
But
yeah, I
not,
mean,
it wasn't the
Teflon
only
is streaming
thing.
right now. For some reason, if you're actually posting a watch
That is
party, whatever this
crazy.
is considered, a stream, you cannot, not only one person can stream. So, yeah.
Do you want to stream? I'll go ahead and
Win
I mean,
10
I'm just looking for
maldev.
API endpoints on some weird
Okay.
subdomain, but sure.
Sus.
I mean, I have no issue.
Okay. And then yeah, I'm starting a fuzz on this what is it? This creativepitch.gpc.netflix.net. So I'm taking a look through that right now. And I'll let me see. I'll just transfer the stream for you to work on that, and then I guess my next steps for that site is looking at. Now I'm gonna start looking at the actual code and whatnot.
Looks like they're
so-
hacking Netflix. Yeah, I'll be down for a call in a
sorry.
bit. I want to watch
You're
this
good.
though. They're bug bounting
So
live.
someone was
yeah.
asking me about like the weird functionality, what would I consider weird? So from what I've seen on Netflix myself, from testing it,
Alright,
just
hold on, I'll be
like
right back.
testing
I
the
need to make
API
some
calls
food real
themselves
quick.
is a good way to see. I mean, like now, I cannot see any API calls here, but if I go back to the, you know, HTTP request history, we can actually notice, yeah, like API v2 vendor. What does the vendor thing show? Like category ID, map ID. I mean, I'm trying to see if anything else leaks. And Sina, no, I do not have a dev background. I mean, I do have basic knowledge of Python, but I mean, that's about it. I could, yeah. So yeah, I'm just trying to find some endpoints that I could try and, I don't know, like start buzzing on. And if not, you know, I guess it could be a dead end itself. I'm wishing for a Meecham account also, man. I would love to have one. But yeah, if someone from Netflix is listening, you know, you could hit me up with a Meecham account.
Me too, definitely. We'd love that.
Sorry if I'm not answering questions. I just don't have a second monitor, so yeah. Did you fill in your NDA form or no?
288 bird
I'm
fleet
going through the
tabs.
other forms on the website where there's
Is this
inputs
super
like
new
the
boxes on
feedback.
main
I'm
OS?
going to
No, it's
look
not,
at
but
the HTTP history now. And
the
see
issue
what's
is
going on
you're
with
gonna
that
be
momentarily.
Downloading and running a bunch of tools and stuff on your main OS. It just use the VM. I mean, that's part of the reason why you can be so reckless and just git clone and run shit on the VM is because there's nothing sensitive stored on it.
Oz, if you're asking how to read JS files, I just use a scraper, and from then on, if I have to read JS, I'm trying just to
288
search for
sounds
the
right,
stuff I have
though.
to look at.
I mean, when we do an engagement
page
and it's like a
source,
website, like by the
I
end
would
of
go
the
to
week,
some random JS
I'm
file.
well
I have no
over
clue,
a million
and I would just start looking like, okay, so we have a API auth endpoint, and I just want to see if
probably
it
close
accepts
to
JSON,
200 tabs.
and I'm trying to see if
For
I
Peter.
can
I
find
like to-
the
it's
requested the
easier to
needed
keep things
parameters for
organized,
the
especially with
API authentication, which actually didn't know it had an
business
API auth.
application logic and functions. You can just group them in the repeater tab. I think the best benefit of Burp Suite Pro is the fact that you can save the file and shut down your VM and resume it. Like, what are these guys looking for? I want some bookmarks. I want to know what these guys use. MP3prod.netflix studios. Oh yeah, they do that. What is this? Really? What is that response? Nonsense. That's real. Language ID.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Good find, Drive Turtle. Now I think we have a test domain in that API source code that seems like we could definitely use that at some point if we have a potential internal SSF or SSRF or something like that to see if we have internal.
Oh, it's internal. Okay, I mean, I can't seem to remember, but yeah, that's a really good thing.
Because I don't think we've had a domain that we're like 100% sure is actually internal until this.
But we reworked the EPO pad and it looks way
I'm able
better.
to send password resets to my own email, and it seems I have a Meechum account, but I have no clue where it is. And how do I actually access my stuff on my Meechum account, which is also whack.
We also don't know that that actually is a Meechum account. It could be just some like automated thing, something kind of like.
We changed the colors. We did full black
because it's just when
background.
from my Meechum, and you go to
more
Meechum itself, and I press forgotten password, it sends me an email, which is, I'm assuming it would only send emails to people that have an account,
Yeah, this is the V1.
But I have no clue.
But we got V2 out now. V1 definitely has its faults. Send that.
If someone's wondering why you can't see anything
I
in
just
the stream,
drop
I'm just
that
opening my email to see if
chat?
the reset links that Drive Turtle sent,
Yeah, we'll drop it.
do they work or not.
Let's see if they click it. Free advertising to 120 bug bountyers or hackers. Let's drive up that site engagement.
See,
mean, when it
where
when I go
that
to my,
becomes
performance
manic,
status, it does
Dante,
have to
is
say
they're
enable
not
honestly.
labeling anything, they're not coloring
I
it.
don't know.
That is ridiculous. Oh my god, bro, this is the guy, Dr. Farfar. This is what
Yeah,
the
you
guy
have a point
yesterday
of
was
view.
saying. This is the burner. Or this is the Burp Suite version. The bootleg one from this guy. Like, they're
Okay,
not
I'll be
even
looking for
running
some other targets
Wappleizer, bro.
because
This is
the dubbing
crazy. What are they looking for?
website seems to be pretty. It doesn't contain really any data. I mean, I have a contact information of people there, but it's only the recruitments, which you can see through the UI itself. Now, if you're wondering where I'm seeing the subdomains, it's just on the screen. But I haven't shared because I don't know what would expose it. Last time I showed my email, my address, you know, and I don't want any uninvited guests, to be fair.
Javix with the W. I want to just see what else this guy keeps cooking up. I gotta take I'm off from a break anyways for a second because I'm making food right now.
Teflon, do you remember if we looked inside the documentary foundation for you on Netflix or no?
Documentary Foundation. I have not looked at that domain at all yet.
Yeah, this one, yeah.
Let's take a look.
Massive W. Dropping the EPO pad in
It
the
seems
chat.
pretty static to me, but how can we apply?
Go check that out.
Is there a .com version of that?
Did anybody respond to me? No.
No.
I
I'm
NSA
going to
could
start
be
running a
watching
subdomain
Pete,
enum on that.
bruh.
See if I find anything.
I'll just start fuzzing to see if there's anything there, and I'll check the JS.
What?
Every single ad I get is in Spanish. Where's that VPN connected from then? I'm working on a hoodie with like all the mainstream tools logos. But cannot sell it. LOL, got like so much logo on it. Yeah, I was gonna say they're copyrighted to a degree.
Can't believe they have music too. They're not really talking. We could play their music. FF. What is
Is
this?
it-
Cyclist Discovery.
It
So,
looks like I
Teflon-
believe. What's up?
So the first time I ever see a backend endpoint, I mean,
Had
it's a
too
403,
much
but
Corona.
it's the
Yo,
first time I ever
Brumbo,
see the endpoint
sneaky.
backend. There is there's an API here, so I mean that's something we could start fuzzing for. So
Yeah, let's see.
I'll just wait for my.
It's the 301, so. Oh, odd. Okay.
It's a 500, no?
Oh, yeah, okay. It is a 500. I was just reading your buzz results. What
I
were
mean,
the
there
other
was-
ones you saw?
I think it was like version,
Okay.
a version, and share. Yeah.
Interesting. Look at that. We have a system directory. Haha.
No way.
With which endpoint? With API
Just
or
put
share?
some random letters after API. So do API / and then.
Yeah. That's
Look at
great. Ah, okay. Being
Okay.
is the API
Okay.
API v1. Yeah, I'll start fuzzing the API endpoint just to.
Yeah.
Yeah, curious to see.
I'll look in chat in the meanwhile. API uses 1. Yeah, that's a good one. Tell me. Let's see. Who
Curious
knows?
stuck in an elevator. Oh no. No. What are we eating for dinner?
Yeah,
mac
my
and
too.
cheese. I'm making mac and cheese.
It would be nice for her to log in, not login.
Unable to write to VAR app.
I
What
mean,
were
it says
the
a-
other directories?
Back
Oh,
end.
go ahead.
Version, backend, API, and share.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's a really
Elevator
old error
music.
message.
Oh,
These are the
yeah.
internal. This is literally like the internal.
That's their music.
Whatever. Internal error message.
Do these guys debate how
I mean,
to tie a shoe?
it's not full path, but it's like most of the path. I don't see
I
like
don't know what they're
where
doing.
it's stored exactly, like in which disk. it is.
GoPro.
Yeah. I can send it to you guys in chat, so if anyone is interested, try.json. Yeah, okay.
Try a JSON.
.json. Oh, users /1 .json. No. Fast traversal. I mean, we could.
That's what I was thinking. Some path traversal? Come on. Let's get a directory list
To
in
be fair, I have no
here.
clue how path traversal would work here. I mean, this would give me a 500. No, 400. Yeah, from Cloudflare.
Oh, yeah, you gotta find that bypass, brother. Why don't you put that money towards a security trail subscription and find that origin IP? And then you don't have to worry about that.
Are you fuzzing the API endpoint or no?
Yeah. Well, not fuzzing, but right now what I just ran was I'm testing out all the HTTP verbs because it seems getting post return
Keep
the
an
same
ear out for the
error,
mac and cheese.
Be able to hear it.
which is the 500.
I don't even understand what they're looking for here. It looks like they're just looking for anything. I mean, it seems really disorganized.
Yeah, of course. It's kind of, here it is.
That's why I really liked watching Arson,
Did they
ARS
break? Okay, they broke
0N
it.
on YouTube, because of the fact that
I can send it in chat if you want. If the quality is bad on the
he
stream.
is very meticulous and detailed and thorough and 100%.
But the weird thing is, you know, the backend
This
endpoint gave me a
guy
404.
is a monster.
So
Yes,
never mind.
Arson is amazing.
Oh, okay. There it goes.
This is hands down my favorite guy out of anybody ever. Like everything is manual. The one he does on Starbucks is incredible. I think it's the IDOR and access control one.
Alright.
This.
that unique identifier.
Yes, he's
His
so
own-
detailed, so
Now, in order to do that
meticulous.
test-
Oh my god, he is amazing to watch and learn from, for sure. When's the last time he was live? I'll turn on these.
Oh, there's a bundles
notifications.
endpoint also. API bundles. But it gives me a oh, it's forbidden. Okay,
10
interesting.
years.
At least we know it
Cyber
exists.
Beast. Has not streamed in a minute though.
Do I have bundles in my HTTP history?
Chat. I miss you. Okay. Hopefully he sees that. And he'll start streaming again. Let's go back.
Do you have if you here? Let's see.
Oh shit. Mac and cheese. I need to
Do I have
to him. So
Are you able
relax,
to, or like, so if you looked at Discord,
Dunning-Kruger
you don't have
effect,
another
remember that,
monitor you
the
could look at
graph.
messages on if I was to DM you something private?
You're gonna be
Okay, yeah, I'm just streaming my
delusional
VM here,
asshole
so
thinking
that's
you know
why.
everything,
Because
and then
last time I
slide
showed
right
my
down
email
to
address, my phone number. I mean, I did this
Valley of
time also,
Despair.
but nobody saw.
It's always an uphill battle because you're discovering more. You don't know, you don't know. You have to be okay with that. I don't think the graph is accurate. I think they need to redraw the graph. For a Dunning-Kruger effect.
Oh yeah, someone sent the HTA access.
No way.
It also is a valid API endpoint.
HT access. They could do. Oh my god! I wonder if this is making
Interesting. Let me take a look
SSRF
here.
requests. If they remove API,
Your word list
can they
didn't
still hit it?
automatically check HT access.
Why? Because an
Honestly,
API
I
endpoint
have no
wouldn't
clue why.
need an HT access.
Yeah, that's
This
very-
has got to
that's
be grabbing
interesting.
from the root directory. Oh my god, bro! They
Yeah,
could be
let's
using
see.
API to
Let's
make
redo
internal
this and
calls.
see.
That would be
Okay,
sick.
so
This
yeah, Oscar, I
one.
hope you
This
don't
is
call
what
me, you know.
my that is my phone background. Is this one. Realizing that knowing how little you know is the first step in becoming someone who actually knows stuff. That's Grown Up Mountain. But Grown Up Mountain is way, 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 way more steep. Like Insecure Canyon, you keep hitting Insecure Canyon a lot.
1 second, I'm getting a phone call. I'll just mute myself.
All good.
He's getting a phone call. It's the feds. No, HT access isn't proprietary code or anything. It can disclose secrets and informations, but HT access pretty much just tells your web browser or web server what people can do, what they can't do, file executable, stuff like that. There was a crazy exploit or bug I found. Yeah. It's a config file to tell your server like how to handle certain situations and access controls. So being able to read HT access can disclose a lot of sensitive
Okay, I'm back.
information
So,
and
yeah, I'll just read
counts
through the
as an
HT access.
informational finding for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm
Should
reading
not
through
be,
it too right now.
accessible.
Accessible.
But there was one
pretend I know what's happening.
I found, or not I found, this guy I was doing bug bounties with, he found a bug, or an upload functionality. You could upload a PHP file. It wouldn't execute because the HT access file said no to PHP files, but he could upload them. So what he ended up doing was HT access, how it works is whatever HT access is set in that certain directory overrides the root directory. So he uploaded his own HT access file to the uploads directory that enabled PHP execution and then executed the PHP script because the local HT access overrided the root domain one. It was insane. Very sick. Very sick.
Teflon, have you sent me anything on DMs? I didn't.
Not yet.
check.
Sorry, I got distracted looking at this.
Yeah, so I'm just picking up some stuff off the floor because my cat went mental.
Yeah, as it definitely is pretty late for some of us. It's I actually have to make lunch soon and go run some errands. I think what time is it for Sasha? It's pretty late for you, right? I think you might still be on the phone.
Muted myself with the headphones. My bad. It's
All good.
yeah, it's basically midnight, and I have an exam
Yeah.
tomorrow for uni at 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, same for me.
We should probably bring this stream to an end because we have been it was again, it was a pop-up stream. We weren't really expecting this, but it was exciting, I think, for the time we did spend. We hope everybody got something enjoyable about it. And definitely the next stream I believe is Nahamsec. Nahamsec said there's a stream on Friday, so that's the 24th. We encourage you guys to keep hacking on this target though. If you guys are interested in it.
What's going on?
There's definitely could be
What
some
just
interesting
happened?
things for everybody. And I think we're gonna bring the stream to an end. I don't believe.
Where they find these websites with upload
Let me check the
vulnerabilities?
schedule. I don't think there's anything else.
On
that's
sites
supposed
that
to happen
aren't
after
public
this.
bug bounty sites. Like our customers for work.
No. Okay.
Their
Well,
sites
so I
aren't
think we're
listed
gonna
for
go
bug
ahead
bounties?
and bring the stream to
You'd be
an
surprised.
end.
You can find a lot of sick shit on
And
sites that
then
aren't already completely
if anybody
bald. Like,
else wants to continue streaming,
anything
you guys are
that's-
more than
that's-
welcome to
can be
move down to the
scripted or
VC
simple,
channel
like-
below. But
Dude, it's so
thank you everybody
fucked.
for joining. It was great talking to you guys and getting to answer some questions and show you guys a little bit of our
Public bug
recon
bounty sites are
methodology.
so hard to find vulns on. It's
Definitely
all, it
bring your
has to be
questions
manual,
for the stream on
really
Friday
meticulous.
for the guests we have then. And then we will also see you guys back, not this Friday, but next Friday, the 31st. So
Yeah, we will be more prepared for then. We will have you know,
Damn, they're leaving.
we'll have some, we'll be, as you said, we'll be more prepared and have some better
a
answers for
PowerPoint
you guys.
presentation.
Something like that, yeah. But yeah, thank you guys all, and happy hacking. So see y'all. Bye.
Yeah.
I don't know why I do stop. I can't even see me. Hacker music. Yeah, that was short. Yeah, Namsec. Droid sneaky. Sneaky watcher. Yeah, that was big. That's big for the brand. Alright, I'm still eating, so we need to find something else to watch. You know, let's watch more Namsec. Actually, Arson. Let's watch Arson, because I've been glazing him hella. Does he post lives? Oh, he does do lives. I'm trying to think. What's a good one? His Starbucks one is really good. And they're all long. It's awesome. Oh, look at this. XSS. Speaking of XSS.
So tonight, I want to
we were
walk
just
everybody
watching-
through
we're doing
a really
XSS.
great exercise to help get better at
Let's
bypassing
see what
cross-site
this guy says.
scripting filters. So if they're trying to block certain cross-site scripting payloads, this is an exercise you can do on your own to help get better at recognizing the different use cases, the
Let's see
different
what he
situations,
says.
and ideally you can go from that situation where you see the user-controlled input being reflected in the DOM, but you can't quite get that cross-site scripting, the alert to fire, or whatever you're using to validate it. Especially, this is especially going to be useful if you're at the place in your bug bounty journey where you have a whole list of different cross-site scripting payloads and polyglots and cheat sheets and
Arson
things.
is
You understand
insane.
the basic principles.
Kickjoid
of
is the
cross-site
sneaky
scripting.
link.
But once you see that user-controlled
I have a
input, you're
spoon.
using Intruder or FFUF or some other fuzzing tool to just throw every possible
I don't want
payload
more
at it and
dishes.
hoping to see that alert fire or having some automated way to validate it. What this really helps you do is understand the context of where that user-controlled input, which is essentially your payload, the location that it's being reflected in the DOM has a huge
not a fucking
impact
spoon.
on your ability to actually achieve that cross-site scripting, your ability to weaponize it after you have it.
It is a spoon.
Very
what
different
I mixed it up
types of
with.
payloads will be applicable depending on where
Well, captions
your
on 'em, too.
controlled input, the user-controlled input is being reflected. So that's what we're going to look at today. Let me go ahead and get my screens flipped here, and what we're going to
Yeah,
do
mac and cheese.
is we're going to build.
And I'm matching the draft.
Vulnerable web application.
This is the draft
We're going to
fit.
build cross-site scripting into it. Then we're going to come back as the developers after we've weaponized it, and we're going to fix that cross-site scripting. Then we're going to go back once we fixed it as the red team. We're going to break it again. Then we're going to fix it again, and going back and forth. Creating this application with that vulnerability being in multiple different locations and doing the research to figure out how to build that is going to dramatically improve our ability to actually weaponize these cross-site scriptings and get these vulnerabilities, get these valid bugs, and ultimately translate into money and everything else there with the bug bounty program. So, to start,
Spatula.
let's just bring up our Kali Linux.
Well,
box.
I don't know if this is
What
a
we're going to do
spatula.
here is start by building
It's a graded
very
spoon.
simple web application, really just going to be an API using a Node backend along with Express. So
Whipping up. We're cooking.
get the directory to work in there. And then
Your rapper's favorite trapper. Your trapper's favorite rapper. Oh, fuck.
go and now we have our demo.js file that we're going to use to build our Express backend. So the first thing we need to do, and let's go ahead and get a terminal opened up here. We'll be using that in a minute. The first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to import Express, which is going to be
Mac
the
and
library
cheese.
that we're going to use to build most of our application very easily. So we'll do constant
Mac and
Express
cheese and arson.
equal- I can't
Killer
type.
duo.
There. And we're also going to do constant app that we're going to be working with, and that's going to have
What is this guy
Express that
doing?
we've just
Oh.
okay, very simple, right there. Now we'll go ahead and go down to the bottom, and we're going to start by getting the port that the app is going to run on. So that'll be constant port is going to be equal to. We'll do process.environment.port in case we want to have anything set as an environmental variable, as opposed to having it hard coded here. But we are just going to hard code it this time. We'll run it on port 9999, just because I know that I don't have another web server running on that in this machine. But you can pick whatever port you want.
He's got a
You can
dank
get
setup.
80 for HTTP, 443 for HTTP.
Maybe I need the standing
Definitely
desk.
exercise. Anyway, I digress. And then we will tell the app to
I digress.
listen,
He says that a lot.
and we'll do it on that port that we just created there.
I digress.
Go ahead and get that function running.
What's that even mean?
Open it up, and we're just going to do console.log. Server is running on ports, and just do this right here.
I digress. You steered away.
Now, that's not the prettiest code in the world. Some people probably want me to use backticks on that, but I'm flying by the seat of my pants here, so it is what it is.
That's a great
In the
term.
evening, and
I
will
digress.
about 5:30, so it is what it is. Doing
Is
my
mac
best.
and cheese like
All right,
Alfredo
so we want
pasta?
to make sure that our application is also.
Yeah, I guess a
you are
concept,
encoding,
yeah,
it's
it's
gonna be coming in through as
Pasta and salt.
So let's go ahead and set that up with a very simple middleware. We'll just do app.
It's macaroni noodles and cheese.
URL encoded right there. method, and we're going to pass to that method.
Show you what we're working with here.
The curly brackets.
It's amazing.
And we're just going to tell it to be extended right there.
Craft is gas. Craft is really good, but if you rock craft, you got to get the extra cheesy. I've been on my Velveeta wave lately. That's what I've been eating. The shells and cheese, but they have the
Got the request and response that are going to be passed to this function that is processing and
Extra.
receives an HTTP request.
Here it
And
is.
then we're
Where's
just
the
gonna
extra one?
We're going to create a very basic
Is this,
JSON
I thought it was a
box
red
here.
one.
Go message. Hello world. Go.
Damn, I didn't even know they had bacon one.
And then we
I don't know if I trust that.
send to go ahead and send that message back. And as simple as that, we've created a basic.
He is standing that. Yeah, he's got a standing desk.
Now, we do
Just
have
sick.
to install Express to be able
Smoked
to use
Gouda
this.
mac and cheese. That sounds insane.
JS right now. It's going to give us
Any
some
of that
information
fancy
on
mac
what
and cheese
Express
is always S tier.
I need my package dot
Maybe some like panko breadcrumbs on it. We're getting fancy now. I might be asking for too much.
So we're going to install that with npm. We'll go right there. npm install Express. And you'll see that's going to go ahead and install those files. If you look on the left-hand side now, we've got our package JSON, which is going to tell us what packages are included in this. We have our package lock, which has a lot more information about transitive dependencies and what this actually looks like. And then our node modules folder, which has all of the actual code required for Express. And you can see there's a lot. That's why you typically don't see this in any repo that's uploaded, because it's something that's later installed with npm, if you're just ever curious about that and didn't know what it was. Anyway, so now, if we come back and run node demo.js, once again, it would be phenomenal if I could type. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I might want to put a space there too, huh? I'll do that later. And now, our server should be running. So if we open up Firefox, we do localhost, and remember we've got that running on 9999. You can see that we have a response saying hello world there. So now we have a very basic web application that we can begin to play with. So let's go ahead and add another endpoint. And this time, we're going to do reflected.
God, yeah, Velveeta's so gas.
I don't know if Express gets mad at that, but we'll just do
You got craft, Suka?
easy.
Probably got craft, right?
And of course, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do request and response right here.
I don't know.
Function. And so now we're going to
I have no idea, Nat.
build an endpoint that is going to return HTML.
The first time I ever used NPM was when I was doing the Puppeteer, the XSS validator.
And it's going to take that user-controlled input. It is not going to sanitize it, and it is going to reflect it directly back in that HTML, allowing us as the attacker to pass a payload that's going to get JavaScript that I, as the developer, never intended to fire to actually execute on my victim. So it sounds very complicated, but it's really not. The first thing that we're going to do here is we're just going to grab that value. So, and you know, I always want to, right now we're the developer, right? It's really important to be able to switch back and forth between that context and see it from both sides. So right now as a developer, let's kind of think of a use for this. So let's say we want to know the name of the individual that is accessing this page, and we know that it's probably going to be coming from a redirect from another location in our application, and so we're just going to pass it.
Yeah,
to
Suka got craft. You're not totally out of luck.
And you know, we didn't think as the developer, we didn't think anybody would have any control of this, because that redirect is hard-coded in the client-side JavaScript on this other page. So that's what's getting us here. So that's the reason as the developer, we're thinking we don't need to sanitize anything, and it'll be fine if we just take that value and implement it directly on the DOM. So that's what we're going to do, right? So first we'll just do constant name, because that's what we want to get, and we're just going to do request.query.name. Right? And then let's do a little poor error handling here, where maybe something went wrong and we just want to press something, so we think it's funny, and we'll do somebody else. If anything goes wrong, right, we're just going to assume your name is Taylor Swift, because we just, we're making.
If Pete's getting sick from watching this,
that's who's going to be visiting, is Taylor Swift. So.
Why? What's Pete's issue?
So I've got my error handling in here. I already know that no user is ever going to be able to control this because it's coming from
Pete was good.
Why would anybody take this and put it into Postman or something and start sending requests directly to it? That would never happen in a million years. So next, we're going to actually create the HTML. So we're going to do HTML content. It's going to be equal to, and we will open this up here. Okay, and now we're going to do that. Very basic thing here. We'll do XSS demo as the title. All right. Next time I'm going to have something typed out so I can copy and paste this. Probably would have been the best thing to do, but I did not think about that until right now. So here we have the body, header 1, and we're just going to say welcome, and we're going to add their name right into here, right? So we're going to do that in the way that I should have added this port down here, which is to actually append it to one of these, and that's going to be the name right there. The name of these is slipping my mind right now. I'd planned on telling everybody what it is, but in the heat of the moment while I'm recording, I can't think of it. So I'm going to superimpose it later and laugh at myself while I'm editing this instead of stopping everything to Google it.
Put myself over
because
him.
We're all here trying to learn together. Okay, so now we have a basic HTML document that's going to run, right? We have our head. We'll make this a little bit cleaner. Y'all are probably looking at that and going, man, this is terrible. You are the worst coder on the planet. Okay, so we have a very basic HTML document. It's just got a title, and it's just going to show us welcome along with the name of the individual that's visiting for demonstration purposes there. So we can go ahead and end that. And finally, just like we did before here, we're just going to do response.send. HTML content there, and that will go ahead and send our content to them. So now, if we come and I'm just going to copy this because go ahead and get our node server running again. I have failed to fix that again. Probably do that every single time. Now you see that we have an HTML document as opposed to our JSON here. This was automatically converted into a content type JSON when it saw that that was the value being returned. Thank you, Express. One trick that I do with bug bounty hunting is if you see JSON that has user-controlled input being reflected in the response, but they don't actually set the content type, so it's actually HTML.
It's not picking me up though.
A very common mistake that makes it easy to actually get cross-site scripting in there. You know, pretty basic, but you'd be surprised how often it happens in live applications. So, okay, so now we have our simple application that's just showing hello, welcome Taylor Swift, because I did not include this name parameter here. So let's just.
Oh, Jesus!
My name is Harrison.
It works.
Subscription to sudo_net.
Let's go.
So we have user control input through the name parameter in a GET request that is being directly reflected in the DOM.
Oh yeah, Pete, just too much JavaScript.
Elements here. Probably pretty easy to see how this becomes a cross-site scripting, but typically with reflected cross-site scripting, I want to go through and show the different steps. 3 steps to getting reflected cross-site scripting. Step 1, you see user-controlled input reflected in the response. That's what we're seeing here. Step 2, you want to see if you have the ability to get an HTML injection. This is not always the case. I know there are edge cases, and especially with newer frameworks and everything, but
Angular, template, Dante, as we just said,
can help you to.
Mine on my cheap program looks so bad. Yeah, I don't. It's too sketch for me. I don't even bother with it.
Right. So I always recommend to start by just see, and this is already a header 1, so you're not going to be able to add anything in there, but you can typically.
I'd rather just keep the background.
End that header 1, and then maybe do a bold instead. And let's just see, and there we go. So now we see we have HTML injection, right? If you look down here,
nice.
Inspector, the actual, the end of the header 1 element, and then both sides of the bold elements there are being actually rendered and processed. So we do have HTML injection. Now this would be technically a vulnerability, but we always want to build and show impact. This is really just content injection at this point. Not a lot that can really be done from that. Not a lot of great ways to weaponize it. So
content injection.
Let's build on this.
Lame.
We'll go ahead and end our header 1 without anything there, and then we will do our script, and we'll alert. Well, we'll just do, typically people want to do just like a 1 to start with. All right, so we can run that. And you can see that we do have a fairly simple reflected cross-site scripting. And then, of course, cookie.
Oh, he needs npm to execute JavaScript.
Right. Just to show a
Okay.
little bit more impact. Now, I'll do a lot of videos later showing how to weaponize this and continuing to build these apps out. We'll build some authentication in and go through it and stuff. But this is pretty simple for the sake of what we want to do today, which is talking about actually getting that alert to fire in the first place, or getting that cross-site scripting. So, now we as the attacker have identified a reflected cross-site scripting. We have submitted this report to the developers, to the team. They've come back and said, yep, it's valid. And now we're on the other side, right? We've received this report. We know that it's a valid report. We need to mitigate this. So this gives you an opportunity to start to think about the different ways that you can do that. And,
Suka
I
Blast.
encourage you to maybe pause here and do a little bit of research.
Fucking
on
hate
your own.
ads.
I'm going to kind of skip that, and we're going to go to
Mark,
typically
because it highlights the input on the screen.
Simple cross-site scripting like this is remediated, and that's going to be by just replacing simple characters with characters,
Does
replacing them with an empty string.
Cloudflare not block
to sanitize that.
any
Right.
type of
Let's go
tag that is
is
enclosed?
our name up there. So instead,
Will that work on bad WAF?
Separately, let's just do .replace. And, let's come in and we'll do a very simple one, right? Typically, when we see the user-controlled input being reflected outside of...
Oh shit, no way. It doesn't.
The first thing
Hell yeah.
developers will look to do
Oh,
is
that's actually a
make sure
great
there's
tip.
another element here,
Damn, Dante,
Now,
that's
obviously,
money. That's
long-time developers, okay, we'll
money.
just say they can't do script, right? So
Content
something like this.
injection.
Pretty
This is
obvious to
running
see
on
how you could get
Cloudflare
around that.
Rocket
Right? What
Loader.
happens if, it's got to be an exact match. So what
Jeez.
happens if my script is a concatenated string, or et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of ways that I can get around that. But it
Oh, that
really
makes
does,
sense.
in this
Okay.
context, where the user control input is just being injected directly in this text between these
That's
elements,
cool.
it does become
That's really cool.
difficult to create a cross-site scripting attack, and be successful with a cross-site scripting attack without the greater than or less than signs, or the opening quotes of that tag.
ways.
So what the developer's probably going to do is they'll do a little bit of research, and they'll come back and say, well, if I come in and replace both of these,
I was gonna say, Dante, we can add
and we can cancel this. I'm going to fix this so it doesn't drive me crazy. And we'll
your
come back
YouTube if you're
again.
posting stuff.
The expectation for the
Or
developer
can we
is
set like a
that
LinkedIn trigger?
request
You've been
dot
posting
make
hell on
replace
LinkedIn.
Any of these
I'm trying to think of
open
some way to
posts
get you
that
more,
get the script tag here. So let's come back into the attacker. So they've now gone through
More
they've done
reach.
remediation. This has been set to retest, right? And then they're coming back to us as the attacker, and they're saying,
I
hey,
swear to
can you
God, one more
confirm
note
that
of him
this has been
doxing
fixed,
Jack's
or maybe you
face.
want to go in and continue attacking it there,
That's
after they
yeah, I know. This morning was fun.
over here. And first of all, we're just going to then we'll do a very simple everything else out of there. And you see that did work. If we come down in here, it is actually taking those greater than or less.
Yeah,
than
LinkedIn's fucked.
Close.
Um,
the tag there.
It
And
could
it's
be worse though,
stripping
you
it out.
know.
So we do not have the alert firing here. Now, this may seem like it's fixed. There's probably a lot of people that have been coding JavaScript for a little bit that are throwing up their hands and saying no. Replace all. Knows anything about the .replace method here?
Oh.
Would tell you that we can actually get around
It's
this.
not recursive.
Replace and the .replace all. And the .replace all does all occurrences, whereas .replace only does the first occurrence. So again,
And you can
with
even
what
see
that
that
means,
in
we're
with
always
LFI,
looking
which is
for
exactly why
the
like
most common
shit like this
mistake that a
works.
developer might make, and it's never
Where you could go to,
intentional.
like,
It's never, it's, in most cases, it's not the
instead of
developer's
trying to or
intention.
path
It's just
traversal, instead of going like that, if it sanitizes it,
gap in
you can just
understanding
double
there,
up like
to
that.
where
And
you
it will
still need to
remove
recognize that
this
as
first
a concept
occurrence,
solution or
but if it's not
some type of
recursive,
manipulation.
right, you'll
So
still be left
here
with
in
this,
case, we would submit this again,
which
say, no, it's
is
not
still
still
moving up a
firing,
level in the
we
directory.
do this different payload.
Cool shit.
And then developer hopefully would come in and do a replace all. We can save that.
Dude, I gotta find this LinkedIn
Run
meme.
And now, Our same payload will no longer work. We're replacing every instance of that greater than or less than.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
Some ways to get around this.
I think someone said this. Oh my god, this cannot be real. A CEO I worked with. Oh wait, it's got to show the full thing though. Hold on, it's so funny. It's got to show the full thing though. Oh yeah, this. Oh my god, bro. LinkedIn's ridiculous. A CEO that I worked for seduced my wife in direct retaliation for my pushback on him at work. He won! I got divorced and left the company. When I say I truly understand how some executive teams can be political snake pits, I trust you will believe me. Learn from my pain. Do the following. When you have a good manager, lean in and take advantage of it. Spot the snakes. Do excellent work. Even for nasty leaders, don't confront the snakes directly. Don't become a snake. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's so good. HTB's been live. What is HTB?
Most of them don't work in modern browsers. In fact, off the top of my head, I can't think of any that work in modern browsers. Of course,
Hack the box? The literal hack the box?
Some older instances, but overall.
Oh, what? No way.
Like I'm gonna put that on, taking all of my notes from Obsidian, putting it into like a document. Is there like a specific?
I didn't even know there was an actual hack the box stream.
File size that it can like go to, like what's it limited by?
I'm too nervous.
So that's a great question. So the thing is with RAG, when you're dealing with data sources, you're still limited by what's called the context window. So models can only handle a certain size of context. When I say context, it's the amount of tokens that it can ingest and return a response from. Because the problem is what you run into is it's using LLMs can be expensive. Like computationally, it gets expensive. The more tokens you use, and the more tokens that are processed, both as input and then as return generative output, it's going to cost you more. So the context limit of each model is going to be specific to each model, and so it just depends. But there's not that's what you're limited by. You're just limited by that context limit. But again, it's going to be more expensive. So the more data you feed it, the more expensive it is. Remember, the context window is everything. It's the system prompt plus the user message plus previous turns in the conversation.
Oh, it's like an AI one?
Context. And that's sent to the model and then crammed into it, and then it
Oh,
returns
let's
a generative
go.
response.
Oh my god. Okay, that helps a ton. I can see where the uses are for
Jax
like
is a beast,
bringing
then.
back into context like something new. It's kind of like recalling memory that you'd want it to have in specific occasions. That's cool. That's really cool still. Like I see where the constraint is, and I guess my mind was really
Gar's
going
been
off
doing a
and,
lot
like,
of
oh my God, the possibilities
LLM
would be-
hacking.
But it's not like
How do you hack an
entire,
LLM?
like infinite
Like prompt engineering?
So it's good to know. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, of course. No, great question. And you mentioned the document. So like, whenever people like think about RAG, I think especially when RAG is taught, a lot of people use the term or use like a vector database. Like there's some type of vector database, and there's like they use the word like semantic search to kind of search that vector database for documents that were saved or data that was saved. And when I say vector database, it's just data that's been vectorized and saved to a database. So, but if you think about RAG, retrieval augmented generation, as long as there is a retrieval component, then technically it's RAG is the way I like to think about it. It's not necessarily like you might see people that are very married to the idea that it has to be vector, like a vector database, but technically anything can be RAG if there is a retrieval component that augments the generation. So in this specific case, what we're dealing with is we actually have a SQL database. So if I say, hey, show me all the data from the tables, then what this is going to do is this actually just goes through and it and return all jobs. So this is actually going to generate a SQL query in the back end. There's two steps of generation here. It generates a SQL query based off of the user query. and then that SQL query is executed, and then it returns
Blaze
that
has been
SQL
doing some
query and
LLM
answers the
hacking, too.
question. Sorry, returns the results of that SQL query, and then there's a second generative phase where it says, hey, here's all the data, answer the user's question. And so we can see here we have a software engineer job, we have a data scientist job. So if we want to pick one of these jobs, we could just say, tell me about the software engineer job, right? And so let's think about this. Let's think about this at a high level. This is, if we think about what's happening under the hood, it's we send a query as a user. The LLM is instructed to generate a SQL query that would accomplish this goal. That SQL query is generated, and then the application sends it and executes it. The results are returned, and then it says, hey, with this data, return the response to the user's query. Does anybody
Dude, this is wild.
anybody see a problem with this? Hopefully.
Chat,
Socially, good question.
Chat.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Does RAG have to be in a specific format? It can be plain text, placed any way possible. No, as long as there's some type of retrieval component, retrieval mechanism. In theory, no. I mean, when you think
So
about
are they
it,
going to try and retrieve
you want to
internal
think about if you have
credentials?
the ability to influence the document or the data that's being fetched. But really, it just depends. I
What
mean,
would you
it doesn't
ask
necessarily have to be
for?
in any format. It just has to be in a format that the large language model can consume. So for the most part, you should be good. It doesn't have to be any specific format.
So it's
It can be
just
the result of a single query, it can
prompting?
be a lot of things. Hack the Box is cooking over there. Do
Yeah,
you wanna
old
do that,
Bobby
though?
tables.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no
That's it. Hack the
restrictions
Box is
on
coming
the
in clutch.
SQL
Yeah.
query.
So
Maybe
let's see. So
something
right
like
now,
excessive agency.
133,713. What if we say, change the salary
Oh.
of the software engineer job to be 1337, or let's say like 5 million, right? Or let's say 1337.
And does that
It's
persist?
done. It might not work. It might just be dumb. Okay, so now the salary has been
Whoa.
changed. And so if we go back to this previous query, let's see what it returns. Okay, so it actually stopped us at 100,000 here.
Okay,
So we can try
okay.
to see if we can make it, let's make it 1 million, or just give it a specific integer using
Because it has, it
American
might
based.
be storing it. Like my mind thinks that it's going to be storing it in a particular fashion. So if you understood the fashion that it had there, would it be like it need to be consistent?
Yeah, exactly.
On what
yeah.
it accepted.
Oh.
There we go. Boom. And so we
Hey.
actually updated the software engineer's salary, and in theory, we just generated arbitrary SQL. Mythical,
Holy
good to
shit.
see ya. Hope you're doing well. Shout out Mythical. Yeah, so as funny as this might seem, like, oh, this isn't realistic.
Pico
like,
CTF
is
this
it really
year.
this easy? Sometimes it just is. Like, there's.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've seen, especially working, as a consultant at a whole bunch
Hell
of different
yeah.
companies. I've seen so many different implementations of just Gen AI in general, and so you'd be surprised.
Oh, that's a good question from Neospring.
So,
Neospring, that's a great question.
Brumbo, if you're
so
doing
remediation's
LLM
tough.
hacking,
Remediation is difficult. It depends
is
on the
it
vulnerability we're
all
talking
through
about,
prompt
right? So in this
engineering?
specific
Because
instance,
otherwise,
the
then it's
ability
not.
to
Then
generate
otherwise, you're just
arbitrary
hacking the
queries is
website,
wild. Like,
right?
we shouldn't trust
if you're
any
doing
input that's generated from
LLM hacking,
in
it
any
has
type
to
of state-changing
be
action.
through the
I mean, the
prompt
idea of running arbitrary
figure,
SQL
right?
is just dangerous in general.
How can I
And so there
contact
should
you,
be.
though?
I mean, if
LinkedIn,
there's ways
Suka.
for us to have specific hard-coded queries that are commonly used, we want to take as much agency away from the large language model as possible.
That's
we want
cool.
to treat it like an end user. We don't
That's
wanna trust it
crazy.
all.
Hacking
And so
with
when it comes to traditional web app vulnerabilities, it's a little bit easier. Like if this
queries.
application is generating arbitrary
That's so trippy.
Python that's executed, then we don't want to do that. We don't want it to generate arbitrary Python. Just have specific hard-coded functions that are used, or if it needs to be generated, ensuring that you're not using any type of
how would you
dangerous
even
functions or
remediate
things that
this?
could lead to arbitrary
Like hard code
execution.
values?
So then you have the concern of like, what if one of the libraries it's using has functions that could be leveraged for RCE? So it's not super straightforward, but you basically want to treat the large language model's output as untrusted user input. That's basically how you want to kind of tackle it. But for things that are
You're
not as
literally
straightforward,
dead.
like what about if this model is able to say that something that would be against terms of service,
At
or
Gar
it might
7,
commit to
remediation for
purchasing a car
AI.
for $5 instead of $50,000.
More
right?
difficult than
for
a
something like
typical
that.
web
The
app.
remediation is a lot less straightforward. You have to. There's a lot of defense in depth you can use. just having a system prompt that is that's instructing the large language model to behave a certain way is insufficient when it comes to remediation perspective, because you can trick a large language model pretty easy. So that remediation guidance is not as straightforward for sure. Yeah, Air Canada was a good one. Hack the Box. There was an Air Canada one where they talked about committing to like a flight for like super cheap. Isn't that right? I think it was something like that.
Is that Ryan?
Yeah.
Is that Ryan?
Oh, it's Ryan. Hey.
Hey, Ryan.
What up, Ryan? Good to see you.
I was gonna say
Long
to
time no see.
harden it. Like if you're
Ryan,
hacking
look,
it through
everything
prompts,
is centered.
do you harden it through prompting, or is it
Yeah, that is
back
Ryan.
end?
That is the Ryan.
Jeez,
yes.
that is such a rabbit hole, dude.
Oh. How did that happen? Nightbot. It wouldn't be a stream without Nightbot banning somebody. That's for sure.
Wait,
It banned Ryan. Yeah. Or at least it silenced Ryan. So.
Perfect.
Yes.
Nightbot.
But yeah,
all right.
I mean, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Nightbot.
No. I'm just kind of like going into this.
Oh,
I was kind of
GoPro.
set it up, within to sort of like see how these steps played out. I said, Gar, we must talk later about the thing.
Yeah, I was
we put
talking
off
about
for-
that earlier. Life has
Yeah.
been crazy, and I'm
Yeah.
excited to get caught up. I mean, I'm finally getting to a point where I'm getting caught up, but yeah, we got to catch up, man. That's for sure. The Thing. Yes.
The Thing.
Great movie.
Yeah, it did. Amazing movie. Yeah.
Who's
I'm
Ryan?
trying to think, so, I don't know if.
Should I just ask
was this
GoPro?
I'm gonna let you finish
Who's
on
Ryan?
your whole.
Yeah, I mean that
thought
was.
Here, 'cause
I just want to kind of at a high level talk about some of this underlying architecture, and when we look at this post request, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, Neospring.
When we look at this underlying post request of what's happening, a lot of that stuff is abstracted from.
But
the
why does
user.
that name sound
And I
so
wanted to kind of
familiar?
dive into a little bit about what's happening under the hood. I mean, we could keep going, but honestly, this is a good stopping point. I guess, are there any questions in chat? I feel like I know it's a lot, kind of a fire hose of information.
Yeah.
But I really wanted to dive into that. I think the Unhacker had a good call out about SQL injection. The idea of like it's similar to SQL injection. The interesting thing about large language or prompt injection in general, whether it be direct or indirect, is it is an injection type, but the syntax isn't as strict as like
Following
a SQL
since an
injection. You have to have
hour
very
ago.
specific
When did
syntax.
I follow
And so
Ryan?
it allows for you to be more creative with your payloads.
I'm following
It
all
almost
these
forces
people?
you to be more creative with the payloads to kind of
Why-
get these
how did I
targets to do
start
something
following these
that
people?
wasn't necessarily intended by developers. But that's a good
What?
call out for sure.
The Unhacker following
I
said
wanna do a
17
bunch of
minutes ago. When
prompt
did I
injected.
follow
What's
these
cool
people?
is like now knowing this from reverse, it's like actually seeing the steps of what you're doing, because I know that people like to jump straight into the
Neospring
practice
makes
of something,
YouTube
but
videos.
also
That's why it's
seeing it,
familiar.
having the Sherlock and seeing it from this perspective really does help solidify this information a lot more for me of what's going on in the back end.
Yeah, and that was kind of the goal, was just try to show
So
like
if I
this is
stored
an
XSS and made you follow them.
application, but under the hood there's a large language model.
Honestly, probably.
And the generative output, there's something that's being done to it, or like with a RAG system, it has there's a generative output where it says, hey, fetch this file, and when you tell it to fetch a
Yes.
file, it just grabs it and says, yeah, here, now it's part of your generative input to return to the user, and so now it's available in that whole mesh of tokens or whatever. So yeah,
He's a hacker.
Man.
nice.
Ryan, where's your
Yeah,
HTTP?
I'm okay.
TA's
I'm
with us in
trying
Chad
to think.
server. Who's
Where,
Chad?
where are we?
There's so
right
much
now
lore.
with,
I think part of it's
was
like
this,
us. Are you sure
was
like
there
user
anything
input's
else you wanted to
history
share
like
from this
that?
particular like learning?
That was the
or
big-
Ryan Dev's
I just wanted to
HTTP.
kind of like just pretty much cap this off
Can you
with like,
raid
hey,
them?
here's what's happening under
They're
the hood.
following HTTP.
And
Should I
with the
raid
RAG
this?
component
Should I
of how to
raid
fetch the
this?
file, essentially return the file's contents to part of that
Chat be
prompt,
new.
and then send it that way. So, yeah.
little
Hopefully that was
reminiscent.
digestible.
GoPro test successful.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh yeah,
What?
definitely. Got a good question here. I feel like is consistently.
Who's Ryan? He just said Ryan. He works at Try
I'll let
Hacking.
you take that one.
Oh,
That-
THM.
Yeah, I touched on it a
okay.
little bit as well too. It is really
Ryan's
similar
at
to SQL injection.
THM.
It's so interesting though. Like when
Oh, look at that. That's
when you think
Ryan.
about,
Why
like,
is Ryan?
developers.
Where's Ryan?
adding
Now everybody's
AI
fucking with
to
me.
their solutions.
No one ever
they're
asked
doing
how
it
is
very fast.
Ryan.
Like, remember how we always talk about security sometimes being an afterthought, and that's the importance of shift left development. The thing is the push for AI, the push
Ryan
for
Montgomery.
market. It's just like when blockchain was a thing, except we have a really solid use case with Gen AI.
GoPro
right?
improved on
And so I
Chad's
think
list.
we've
Chad
seen a
is
lot
the
of
OG
developers
InfoSec
push
streamers. Let's
things
keep
very
her in
fast, very
streamer.
forward very quickly.
Oh,
But
no
the problem is
way.
you're running into instances where you know,
Ryan
you
is
don't
not
really-
at
It's
THM.
very easy to not think about a certain
Wrong,
instance
Ryan,
where,
not zero day.
like from our perspective, yeah. If this,
All right,
if
let's
this
let's
LLM
raid.
is generating arbitrary SQL queries that are
let's
just
raid
ran.
HTTP.
Like, and you're not putting permissions on the user that's running these queries. Like, that sounds catastrophic. And so that's why it's important for like.
Will the
all of
alerts
you to
show
be
up?
in the discussions when they're developing these systems? And think about when you tackle
Lord, my bad,
a Gen AI solution, like a whole solution, not just an application. You want to think about it from an architecture perspective. Like, how does this user input? Like, where does the data transfer? When the user puts their input here, like what happens? And what happens to that model's generative output? Like, how is it handled? You really want to look at the overall
Raid.
straightforward LLM manipulations are going to be the attack vector for very long. Yeah, I agree. I mean, indirect prompt injection is a big one. We talked about RAG, right? Where
Yeah,
you
it will be
data from
free
somewhere.
promo then.
What if the attacker has control?
Ooh,
over this
THM
data
employee
source? If I
admin
can
dot.
poison this
I've
data
seen
source,
that. I've
now
seen that. I'm
poisoned it.
clicking
It's
it
stored
though.
cross-site scripting. Now
Yes,
I've
I've
poisoned the
seen
data
this. I've
source
seen this.
For all
That's
users
funny.
that affect this, that are trying to fetch
That's hilarious.
this data. And so
All right,
it's
yeah,
the
I
dark
guess we
ages, but
push,
it's a
right?
fun time to be in the space for sure.
The interesting dark ages.
Yeah.
I am
Let's go.
personally curious about
Rally.
everybody's like
Yes,
journey within who's been here from the start. First off, I want to make sure that we could do a nice little like roundup of like a
Boom.
summation of what we got from this. Oh, Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan.
Agreed.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think that's a
Very
good call
long.
out. Yeah, I mean, as we
Steve-O,
build, like
thank you for
NVIDIA
being
talked
here.
about it, that multi-agentic system, like the whole idea of
Raid.
it's going to be so many different agents responsible for so many different things, and when one user input is sent to so many different agents that have so many things in the back end, we're gonna deal with some issues for sure. So.
And go
Yeah,
pro with all of these emoticons.
We raided.
That's
We
really- I
raided.
love the emojis for sure.
Yeah.
The Twitch emotes.
Let's see.
Oh,
Say my name.
KiraSec,
Okay.
thanks for the raid.
Woo!
Okay,
Hey.
I see the raid spin.
Woo!
I'm learning. Ani! Oh,
Let's
Ani,
go.
thank you for joining. Also, is Katie here? I feel like Katie.
That's high. That's
Thank you to everybody
high.
who also, by proxy, just sort of like spread the word.
Let's go.
I appreciate that a lot. We didn't push a ton on the promoting of this. We wanted it to kind of like happen naturally. We want this to be
I'm
something that we
killing
can
my stream then.
consistently bring back into our
Deuces. Let's go. We got followers. What's good?
more or less just
Hey.
like a natural flow
Yeah.
to your day-to-day
Deuces.
life.
We'll be around in the Discord.
I
will see
do
y'all
think it'll
later.
help.
I love you guys.
Eventually,
I'll be